Spencer. We're swapped around again.
Huh?
We're swapped around again.
Yep, I know you do it on purpose.
You did it.
Y'all. I did it.
No, watch her go.
Look at that.
First time for everything. I actually figured it out. So what are y'all doing?
Sitting around.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, trying to get over this whatever you said, sunspots or something. I don't know what it was. The past couple of days in a row.
Roger's been out staring at the sun.
Solar flares.
Solar flares. Okay.
Sunspots.
I actually, with that Facebook page, I saw you were on it too. I think Don sent me the link to it. It shows the energy. I haven't got into it yet, but I noticed on days where everybody else is flipping out, I kind of feel bad too. So that's all I've got so far.
Well,
Man,
y'all, what is it?
You got a ton of people in chat.
Man, we got them too, ain't we? Look, there's Pat Noble's in there. Oh, Patrick.
Donut, Mark, Sharon,
Richard Jr.,
Wendell. 29 people.
I was saying where old Wendell got a little older.
Oh yeah, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Did you see that where Miss Bobby Yount said she started her shift when we started that show the other night? And she
no.
almost finished her shift. Yeah, we only like 2 hours.
We took her.
She is the sweetest lady.
On the downhill side.
I'm glad to say Ray's up and about, maybe a little bit. I hope she's getting a whole lot better.
She's better, but not great. She better be going to the doctor.
Yeah. Got Sharon in there.
David.
We got brother David Blaylock with us for dang sure.
Flat Rock Mark D. Is that Can Squatch? That
Can.
Is it?
Where's baby backpack? He may pop in later. He's kind of busy. He's got some stuff going on right now with his kids trying to get their homeschool stuff done.
It's a solar flares. Well, Misty, you want to show everybody your new hairdo?
Roger.
Hey.
Y'all done called me Marge Simpson.
Hey, I'm telling you, I'm waiting on her to wake up and she'll lean her head over and them things fall over. She'll think it's spider legs.
Y'all, it's raining here, so I had to pull it up.
Don't get it caught in the fan while you're asleep. That'd be oof.
I have to pull it up and wear a freaking hairnet.
Do you have any pictures on here where you can show where you had it when you had it down yesterday?
No. I'll wear it down maybe tomorrow if it ain't raining, but I'm telling you, I got it wet. I was like, golly, this thing's heavy. Used to having hair.
You wake up with a squirrel living in the back of it someday.
That's bad. Yeah, that's bad. The only way I can have hair is if I buy it.
Look, yo, Misty, brother Flat Rocks was.
Hey, what you doing, Ken? Thank you, Sharon.
I can't join. Oh, I got to join the chat from my phone. Okay.
Well, so y'all, we didn't have anything planned. We just decided we were going to just randomly talk. So what do y'all want to talk about? We definitely, y'all missed out backstage.
No, they didn't.
You really didn't. Oh Lord, it was bad.
Wow.
I know that I was so when we had that snow on the ground for so many days and I couldn't get out of the house, I was wanting to go to our spot and look for tracks and whatever, and it ate me alive. I couldn't. So Kain and Greg, they're lucky. They just step out the back porch. Greg says no.
No, why don't you call it luck, Roger?
I know. I'm picking with you.
That's what I told Kain a while ago. I said people don't realize how it affects you when you're like me. I'm down there 50 years old, growed up in the dang woods, hunting and fishing and hiking and camping. I said it finally dawns on you one day that it's not really right anymore. That like if I go outside to get something out of my Jeep sitting right here at the bottom of this porch, I don't just open the door and stroll out like normal people. I have to open the inside door and look out the glass door, then ease the glass door open and look all around the yard as far as I can see before I feel safe to go to the vehicle. It's not. I mean, once you deal with these things on a semi-regular basis, it changes the way you do everything.
Yeah, it's like you're almost clearing the area. You probably got your pistol
exactly
flashlight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking under the truck because I didn't think I think it was Kumbo or somebody told a story one night. I was watching y'all and he said, "Oh yeah, you remember when that one reached out from under the truck and grabbed that lady's leg?" I was like, "Oh wait a minute."
Yeah.
You don't even think about that kind of thing.
He walks Abby and Wanda out every night from the man cave to their car because of
I
that
can see
reason.
why.
Yeah, I don't let them just stroll outside by themselves. I always, even with my gimped up leg and my crutch, I go out on the porch.
I was so glad when Joe Parker walked out there with me and Peyton. I said, I can outrun him, I think.
I don't know. Joe takes long strides. He may be faster.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, it's there's a feel to the place that's I mean, standing up there at that height and looking at where that creek comes into the other creek, I would probably be sitting there a lot because that would be a good spot for them to cross right there, or come from the forest over on the other side. But man, so
y'all just went and checked out something, didn't you?
What?
Didn't you just go check out a place here recently?
Well, last night. So the people that I had talked about back in the summer, that talked about Giles County, and they grew up with boogers. They said the big monkeys because this was started in the 40s and they didn't know what to call them. And so, people in the family were coming back, and I've told this story before, but they lived with them like Greg, and so they changed the way they did things. When they hunted, they would let the dogs out, and if the dogs stayed in over 5-10 minutes and didn't come running back out with a tail stuck, they'd go in squirrel hunting or whatever. So there's a lot of stories, and it was Tarpley Shot Road over there. And I'm thinking, it's probably 20 miles from here, 25 miles. It's probably 12 miles. As a crow flies, it's closer, these ridges. And we rode through there, and Peyton was on his hunting out, checking to see, of course, it was dark. He was checking to see where the houses and all the property lines were. And y'all, on one end, there's a small industrial park, maybe three or four buildings. And then from there on out, it's still, it's perfect. It's the ridges, the woods coming up to the road, the big creeks, several creeks coming together there. So we'll have to go in the daytime to check it out. I don't know anybody over there, but I'd like to, if you're out riding around, you want a chance to see something, you go to where they're at. So I don't know if they're still over there or not. But yeah, it was eerie. Peyton's girlfriend was with us when we had that one screamed at us, and she don't want to go Bigfooting no more, she said. And we were just on the sly easing through there, and she said, "What are y'all doing? Why do you keep stopping and shining a flashlight?"
They odds are, Roger, they're probably still there.
Yeah, it hadn't changed a whole lot. I was shocked, and it makes you wonder why it hasn't changed too. There's a house that sold. I think I've told y'all this before, but where we have that activity in the north end of the county, there is a house that has sold 4 times since 2019. It's brand new build. So it ain't like it was built on, well, I'll say that. It could have been built in a bad spot, and it's not far from where we've had all that activity.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder. I'd like to talk to some of the people, but people think I'm crazy enough as it is.
Well, here's another thing too, another aspect, Roger, that I've done put this together. This is my redneckology. There's a lot more people out here like me and Kain that don't talk about it, that's dealt with these things for an extended amount of time. That they're in the area around people, and maybe the people are not paying attention, or maybe they do know about it, but they're not going to tell anybody.
They're just not going to volunteer.
They're not going to come out and start telling everybody, hey, you can believe what happens over here, because most of them don't know anybody to talk to.
Well, that's one reason I don't wear the Bigfoot hats and the Bigfoot jacket with a patch on it, for just to be that guy, that runs around, likes to have the Bigfoot stuff on.
Yeah.
That has spurred on more conversation. Like when, y'all know what I do. I drive people around. Sometimes it's just me and one other person, and they'll see that Bigfoot patch and they'll start asking questions. And then you can kind of tell. There was one after Bama's show the other night about the white Bigfoot. There was a lady. So I sit in Marshall County's here. Pulaski is to the west. Giles County, the one I was just talking about. Bedford County is to the east, kind of northeast just a little. So this lady said, "What's that on your jacket?" I'm like, "Oh, that's, Bigfoot or whatever. I've got a little show. We have fun talking about it." She said, "Lord," said, "my grandmother, she lived in Bedford County, and she told me one time that when she was younger, she saw something at the pond. It was white and couldn't tell what it was, and said it stood up on 2 legs, looked at her, and walked off. Said it was huge." And I'm like, "Oh my God, that was like two days after that show Bama had." But I would have heard that if I hadn't had that patch on my jacket. So I don't wear it everywhere, but it does sometimes get people asking questions. And then when you kind of tell them you're interested in it, sometimes they talk about it. Now, other times they don't say anything for the whole ride because they're scared of me probably. But yeah, I mean, it works.
If you'll get you one tattooed on your arm, Roger, you don't have to worry about wearing the patch.
Check it out here, y'all.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
And you're right. There's people, even if you do mention it, they're not going to say anything.
No.
And there was one lady I had on, older lady. She moved in this certain area in 1971 in Belfast, Tennessee. She told me that. Well, the lady that had contacted me through email, that she's blind now, she was living down in Belfast in 1971 as a little girl. And that was that ordeal they had with the hairy man and all the neighbors' kids, and her dad, found tracks, and he saw something he wouldn't talk about. So I didn't talk to her. You remember when I texted y'all and said I was in Booger Country?
Yeah.
Misty? Yeah. Okay. So I was picking her up as a dead end road about 3 miles long. And I would not want to be there at night by myself. And she had moved in there with her husband, but she lives there by herself now. So I didn't continue that conversation. I didn't want to scare her, but if they ask questions, I'll continue with it.
Yeah, that one. I asked if we was gonna let Kain talk. Kain's he's focused. He's got focus. We're just like spread out everywhere. When Kain talks, it's makes sense, and it's precise.
Well, I'm scared to start asking Kain questions. We might be here till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
I've got. There's a lot of things that once you figure one thing out, then there's 1,000 questions that come with that.
Yeah. You never get the answer you want.
Yeah.
Just more questions.
But that's why I don't do too much research at one time, because I can't handle it. I can't handle the information overload sometimes.
Yeah. That it's hard to. I've been putting together to dispel any rumors, I'm not going into retirement, so that is fake news. But no, I'm actually going to open up be 4 different platforms. So that's what I've been doing here lately, is I'm trying to preload them all, just so when I do release it, they're all kind of got stuff on them. Like you're not going to have to wait to see where it's, what direction or anything like that. And it's just all it is spreading out. As far as House of Enoch, it'll always be House of Enoch. What I'll probably do there is the more, the viewership on House of Enoch, they expect a certain type of viewership. So I will post that sort of stuff on House of Enoch, just like I always have. I've got at 498 right now, so I have 2 more videos before I get to video 500, and that's going to segue the announcement of all the new platforms. And once you understand, like it's been planned ever since the beginning. 500 videos. It's like turning a page on your journey. It's completion. So it's kind of how I'm doing it. So you've had, you got 500 videos of just research, figuring things out. And then the next chapter will be probably less of the how-to, and more like, okay, let's take, all those years of research and let's apply it to where we think, we'll get the most bang for our buck.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I've been doing. It's a lot of work, because it's several different platforms, and it's way more than just Sasquatch. My biggest platform will be an array of stuff outside of Sasquatch. So, and the way I look at it, this is all the other stuff that I'm doing anyway, that I'm really interested in. This would kind of be a cool little poll. Like, I know one thing I really want to do is I want to do a whole series on sacred knowledge and teachings. Like what you were talking about, like, research a little bit at a time. That's what it'd have to be. Like, the way I'm looking at it, it'd be like a 1-hour deal just for that week or whatever.
Yeah.
But it'd be, to really dive into that, you have to start, assuming that someone's starting fresh. That's probably 150 hours easy of just step by step to where you can kind of, in my opinion, I guess I should say that it allows you to see things a lot clearer, not just with Sasquatch, but with everything. I'm completely convinced that there's been all this information that's been hidden from us. We don't know who we are. We don't know where we exist in the universe. We don't know our purpose. Well, that was all hidden and from us. Or you can even, let's just go like the Tower of Babel. What happened at the Tower of Babel? Everyone got dispersed. Okay, every languages changed, so all that knowledge at that point, as a collective, you got to consider the source. Everybody spoke the same language. Everybody, like all those years of knowledge, thousands and thousands of years of knowledge. You're wondering, you're scratching your head how the pyramids were done. Well, that's where all that knowledge rests. Then this happens, it gets dispersed. But now with the internet and everything, you can start piecing back together a clearer picture. And it's obvious why all this stuff has been hidden from us, but it's not it's a long road to try to explain it. if that makes any sense at all.
No, it
Oh,
does.
yeah.
Definitely does. If you want people to understand, it's like when we coach football, you couldn't just start and assume that somebody's at step C and you start at D. You had to start everybody, even though some may be more advanced. If they want to follow you, start at one point and move forward with it and get them to Z if possible.
Yeah.
And
And that's how I feel. Like I don't feel like my viewership on House of Enoch, I haven't built that site on that. So I'm not going to shove that down their throats. You know, I'm going to do what I have always done on House of Enoch. It'll be about Sasquatch and research. But for those that are interested, they can go to this other platform and there'll be, I mean, even from, you know, I'm a huge mushroom hunter and stuff like that. There's going to be hiking, just Sasquatch out of the picture, just different places. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. So there's a lot more to it that I'm not going to share yet. But in a nutshell, you know, it's just putting all this stuff together. So at a particular date, that's probably going to be next month, I'm going to do my 500th show on House of Enoch. And then I'm going to say, here's what I'm doing for the next, you know, moving forward. Maybe the next 500 videos will be on these 3 different platforms plus House of Enoch.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the way I've been doing it, being new and talking to different people, I feel like I've kind of like shotgun, you know, here pieces over here, and I have a aha moment, and 40,000 people may have already written about that, you know. But I like to do things. I like to figure things myself, but also it helps to be around. You have to be around people that know more than you to learn. Obviously,
Just ideas. Here's an issue, and here I have a big issue in the Bigfoot community that you have to either take sides, and I mean we can all admit none of us truly know what's going on. So how in the hell can you say they do not or they don't do this if none of us can answer that question? But there is I'd say 50% of the community that turns off everything outside of what they want. They're trying to take the species and fit it into what they think it should be. And you can do that for the rest of your damn life. That's the truth. And you might get lucky and you might hit it on the head, but for the last 60 years, everybody's been wrong. They're no closer to the truth than 60 years ago, really.
right?
So if you have an analytical brain, you have to start looking at, okay, what do we put back on the shelf? And be open to everything. I mean, it's insane to me that people, they have no idea because it's just in their head.
Right.
It's just in their head that no, they don't do that. No, you're looking in the wrong direction. Well, how in the hell do you know? I mean, if we're honest with ourselves, and we can all be honest with ourselves, don't try to put them in a box. At face value, take that information that we're getting and use it. And that's what I'm doing moving forward.
It's hard enough to say with a known animal that's been studied what they do and what they don't do, because they in the wild they act different on different days depending on different things that are going on, different pressures. You know, maybe they're hungry, maybe. So, when you hear people that ask these, they'll have the same few questions like, "Where are the bodies? Where do they hide?" Well, I heard a stat the other night that blew me away. It said the guy was saying that less than 30% of this country has been stepped on and explored by man.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Look at a satellite view of the United States at nighttime.
Yeah.
You'll see the lit up places, and then you'll see the inhabited places. It's like, I don't know how much it's changed, but when you look from the dark and the light, it's right around 50-50 still.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean people haven't gone through there, but at night, it's like you could take a good park or something. And yeah, obviously there's not a damn thing that's going on during the day. You know, there's too many people there or whatever, but what?
Yeah.
All these places shut down at night.
Right.
One of the great, really good places I used to research was a church. What a perfect location. You know, it was behind, it was a preserve behind a church. And the church owned a lot of that land. Well, those people are only there maybe on a Wednesday and a Sunday. The rest of the time it's free and clear. Same thing as, and they had a cemetery. You know, it's okay after dark, man. After dark, it's like party time.
Yeah, and like hardly anybody visit the cemetery at night. I mean, I will every now and then with my dad because nobody's there. But I'm a little weird, you know. I'd rather go at night.
Yeah,
with no distractions, you know. And that's just for that reason.
Well,
But listen, go ahead.
You just think like where my house is. I got 20 acres of land right there. I mean, my yard's about 2.5 acres, and then I got probably 6 acres in field. Sure, I see that going in and out my driveway, but the rest of the wooded area around my own house, I'm talking about once you go out of the 40 yards, it's my backyard. I don't go on that land. I ain't even been out of behind my house into the woods. It's been 2.5 years. I mean, there could be all kind of stuff right there. I don't go back. Nobody goes back there. And there's so much land, y'all, and it don't have to be a big giant piece of land for nobody to be on it.
Yeah.
Well, you can have a hiking trail that gets visited every day, but 99% of the people are going to stay on that hiking trail. So what's going on the next ridge over?
Yep. Listen, y'all.
Someone in the question in the messenger asked about trail cams.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I just answer that real quick? This is for anybody that's listening. I think the best way that trail cams can work is you got to get a trail cam that you do not use the infrared, and you can just have it on a timer. And it's just taking pictures. A plot watcher. That might even be better for you. The trick is, for whatever reason, they can sense either the eye or light, whatever. We've had this debate for years. But what will work is to set your trail camera and have it on a timer every 3 seconds or whatever. You need a lit backdrop. So this camera is just in the dark taking pictures. And that's all it's doing. It's not creating its own light sources. It's not creating its own IR beam. Just a camera out in the woods. I personally would disguise it. But then you need to find a place that has its own natural light source to be the backdrop. Whatever, like here, I use my cabin. My cabin's been here for God knows how long. So it's a known thing in the woods. So I use my solar lights, and I put my solar lights on my cabin. So at night, not 5 feet off from the cabin, but right up against the walls of the cabin to kind of create a light on a light source on the cabin itself. So anything that walks by my cabin, you'll at least pick up a silhouette or a shadow. That I can tell you works. That works. I have proof of that completely works. It makes it kind of hard when you're in a deep woods setting. You know, that's kind of going to be the trick, is how do you get a light source? You just, at least it's a start. You can play around with that. Maybe there's a street light or something that you can use that comes on at night, and you know these things are going through that area, and just have your camera taking pictures, you know, with no light source, and you can get them on camera.
Kain, I've wondered really if it wouldn't be better. Everybody wants to go more high tech. I don't know that the answer wouldn't be more beneficial to go lower tech, like kind of what you're talking about.
There's a lot of people out there, man, that swear by the old Sony VCR cameras, with the tape reel and stuff. And so between digital photos now, when you blow them up, it gets granulated. The pixels. The old stuff does not do that. You can blow that up way more. So, and you might be able to find those at a flea market or something for $20. Just make sure the camera works, and it's something there. But I mean, it is something that I've used that's had success. Now, we could talk all night on things to do. How about you have your camera set up on a backdrop, just taking pictures. And in the ground, you have a motion light buried. If something walks by that motion light 30 yards away, illuminates the area, and then your camera is still taking, there's all kinds of ways you can go with that. It's a big community, man. They can try 1,000 different ways. That's what I did. I failed 1,000 times before I got, any kind of success.
So you could take your updated things and kind of funnel, have it on the outside and steering stuff towards the low tech stuff. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. It's
where they're going to try to stay away from this and that, you think, but you're going to carry them to a safe spot that's not, it's a trap.
Think about this, Roger. Just like what Kain's talking about. What if you had some old school video cameras and you had them, let's just say in the middle of a small clearing, you had a bonfire. You were going to build it, say it was 10-foot tall flames. That's going to illuminate. That fire is going to be a pretty big lit backdrop. Well, instead of putting your camera at the edge of the woods, just shining an opening, what if you drop back 30 yards into the wood line, so anything that comes around the edge of the woods and not in the opening, if it passes between the camera and that fire, when it crosses that fire, you're going to get it. Then everything you got's low tech. Your fire's the low tech light source. You got a low tech camera. There may be an option.
Yeah,
and you could have people sitting around the fire. I mean, I've thought about like things we used to do with deer hunting. We don't have dog hunting or anything like that, but there's been times when we've tricked deer where there would be three of us walking, talking, not trying to be quiet, and one of us have a chair with us or whatever and just sit down, and the other two keep walking, and you'd be surprised at how many times after you leave an area, stuff starts peeking out, thinking that it's safe. So I had thought about that, and then I was watching a show the other night, and this guy was saying the wood knocks were, one was one person, two was two people, three was three people in there, and I'm thinking you're talking about a highly intelligent animal to be able to count people, that goes to another level there.
Well, but on the trail cams, those are all excellent ideas. Here's another idea. I use this a lot, actually, is I put them on things that, if something's coming within 15 feet of my house, it's going to be used to modern things. I got air conditioning out there. I've got all kinds of human stuff. So why not put it on the back of your car? Why not put it on your tent if you're out camping? Put it where they're expecting weird things to be anyway, and then just have it pointed out in the right direction. I love the idea of like trying to funnel something in with trail cameras. That's something I do here. Is I will take and put stuff very close to my cabin, with the thought, like, maybe right on top of the meter, the meter, my electric meter. I have little teeny cameras. I'll set one on there. Because you don't know. You don't know until you try all these different avenues. You could, until you figure it out. what works.
Well, if it doesn't work, then document that what didn't work and maybe modify it a little bit. Revisit and see what made it did wrong. But I like the idea of facing the modern trail cameras, out that way, so many feet apart, a long ways, and then if they're trying to avoid that infrared or whatever, that would be an interesting tactic. And then have something, I don't know. I've got some older cameras I used to buy just because nobody wanted them at Goodwill. I've got some of the old brownie cams and stuff. I don't know where you would get the film for them, but I do have some of those. You have to. I think those you have to be there to use them.
Yeah. DDS about mirrors. That's a good idea. I mean, it's tricky. I think with mirrors, it's going to be more of an issue with a trail camera than with an actual video. I think there's been some success in the past, but it's always been with a video that is aimed towards a mirror, and then the mirror is picking up basically whatever is reflecting behind the video camera. I've played around a little bit with trail cams and mirrors, and you got like a flash. Sometimes you've got it's a lot more difficult with trying to take a picture into a mirror than it is a video. And you kind of have to watch the angles and play with it,
right?
Where you don't want your camera directly into a mirror that's flashing or anything like that. You'll need it. Now it might work with like what I have been doing with no flash type camera gear. The only thing is you have to be prepared for is every time I did one of those sessions, and I did it all summer long, that's 10,000 pictures you have to go through one by one. That's just, I mean, you take 10,000 pictures, you're going to wax your SD card. So then you have to be diligent enough to go replace the SD card, go back home, go through all the footage, and just do that over and over and over and over again. But you can't get lucky.
What do you think about it? This would take some brave souls, but some tree stands or something to get you off the ground, way off the ground, not have anything on at all. Listen, low tech, listen with your ears. And if you have something in the area, then turn everything on to catch, because I've heard a lot of stories about these things being surprised. And maybe it would probably take hours and hours and people trading out, but I keep going back to that. Some of the tree stand stories. And
my thought on that, Roger, I'm not going to be the guy that's going to be willing to surprise one of these things.
Exactly. That's what I said. It's going to take some brave souls, and I ain't one of them.
No. There's a very fine line, like a razor blade line between bravery and stupidity.
Yeah, I know. That's probably why nobody's doing it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to stay out there at night.
Well,
I don't have a look. The going out there at night wouldn't bother me as bad as me on purpose trying to hide from it, and then it finding out and it surprising it. Because I'm telling you, dude, they do not like to be surprised.
Yeah.
Fact.
Yeah.
How about one of the guys that I do some research with, Special Forces? He goes out in his ghillie suit for 3 to 5 days at a time and lays in one spot. Pee, poop, all that. He has a method that you have to clean out your colon, just like he did in the war. And then anything he takes to eat is only what you can eat naturally from the land. That's pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
But, can you dedicate yourself to lay still for 3 days in a good area, in a ghillie suit, and not move I mean, it seems to be somewhat effective, is what I'm getting at.
Well,
Yeah.
so
Most
we
people
had a
aren't going
guy-
to do that, even including me. You know, I might do that for a day. I might go out at 3 a.m. and lay in a ghillie suit until the next day, but I don't know if I'm going to do that for a week. You know?
One of my old buddies that was an original frogman in Vietnam, he liked to, even when he hunted, he liked to do it with a bow that he made. Kind of like Kain, you get out in the woods and kind of connect with nature. He had moccasins. He would make his own blinds out of sticks. He would make a structure. And I had a guy tell me about a month ago that he had told him about being there about 3 o'clock in the morning and just sitting in that homemade blind, and something reached through behind him. He had a backpack on. Something reached through those sticks and pulled him backwards about a foot. And then he came running out with his knife in his hand or whatever. He was crazy. He was a good guy. But then there you go. He was so low tech with what he was doing that it something responded. So you may be onto something.
I don't know. That's for me. That's a preference more than any. Like, I grew up hunting, and I don't really hunt anymore. But if I do, if I ever hunt again, it'll be with a bow that I made, with an arrow that I made, with a piece of flint that I made,
Right.
and that to me kind of evens the playing field a little bit. That's just me. I mean, but I'm into all that crap anyway. So
Right. That's what I was saying. You would have liked him. Y'all would have got along good.
yeah, I'm really, really, really into primitive stuff. So,
Well, and then Kain
Yeah.
answered the question. You answered the question. You know, these same 5 questions everybody gets. What do they eat? Well, you made a video. You were going out. You created a meal out of all natural, just out of the woods, and there's a lot of stuff I don't know. Misty knows 100 times more than I do about what you can eat in the woods,
Well,
Yeah,
what I
Misty can tell you all about it.
is people always going, "Oh, there's not enough out there for them to survive on." Blah blah blah. Look, if a bear can live in the woods where you're at, these things can live there too. They're gonna be. That's the way I see it. Anything a bear's gonna eat, because a bear can eat pretty much what a dadgum deer's gonna eat, but they're also living on protein too. They're living on meat, fish, deer, whatever. Well, if you got something that can eat vegetation plus animals, why can't? I mean, unless you're in the middle of the dadgum Sahara Desert, why couldn't it make it?
And it has something that sets it apart from a bear. It has thumbs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you guys do know that in Alaska, before the bears go into hibernation, the last thing that they do to gain the most weight to get them through the winter is they eat moths.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, moths. So, but
There must be some moss in my food.
yeah, there's I listen. I've heard of people with degrees talk about there's not enough resources out there, and I want to slap them because I just want to ask them, where did you come from then? Where did the native people of the Americas come from? This area has not changed. It supported hundreds of thousands of people. It hasn't changed. It's a knowledge problem. And that's the point I was trying to make in my video, is you could go out and make a meal in an hour if you have knowledge.
Yeah.
And you can do that anywhere in the freaking world pretty much. But here in Ohio, I mean, that's another, like, one of the things I'm going to lead into on the new platform is all these areas. I live in a hotbed of Indian mounds and stuff like that. There's a huge ancient culture that used to reside here. Well, part of the reason they resided here was because there was resources. They knew, so all I'm trying to do is just show people. I mean, we live in a society where people are poisoning dandelions out of their yard, which is you can use every part of a dandelion to survive.
Yeah.
That's
That's just
exactly what I was going to
okay.
say. I don't spray my yard. Like my neighbor would go and be working out in the kitchen and she would send me a text and she's like, I see you grazing in your yard again.
No doubt.
I've got dandelion, chicory, oh, I can't even think right now, but I can literally sit and pick a basket of at least close to a dozen things just out of my yard, off from my acre. And
Yeah.
that's not counting blackberries and stuff like that comes in.
That's another pet peeve of mine because it's useless. But when you go to research this stuff and try to learn and better yourself, you got these college people that want to use big words and describe, especially in the mushroom field. My God, these people are so arrogant. What everybody wants to know is, can you eat it or will it kill you? And what benefit can it provide? We don't need a name this long. So what I try to do is I go back to the ancient cultures. What did they call them? Because it was simple. That's all they needed to know. So I go back, and a lot of times what I call things out in the woods are what the natives call them. Just because I'm not going to try to memorize a big word and pronounce it correctly, and I'm not playing that game. The only thing I care about is, can I eat it? Can I eat it, and what medicinal value does it have? And if you take that route, it's outside of the mushroom world, okay? It's probably easier to tell you what you can't eat than what it is that you can. I mean, it's damn near everything. Look at animals. Watch a deer. Watch the squirrels. Watch what they are eating. It's probably a safe bet that you can eat what they're eating up to a certain amount. The nuts that the squirrels are eating. If you just know how to get the tannins out of the nuts, you never have to eat meat again. Think of all the things out in the woods that all the thousands of animals that collect nuts. Even after that, they store them, they eat them. You can fill up trash can just on my property. I could fill up 10 trash cans full of nuts. I could have enough nuts to survive for a year within 2-3 weeks. You watch nature. How does a little squirrel with a brain the size of my pinky tip of my pinky finger, how does it survive? That squirrel has more knowledge of how to survive than modern people. That's what blows me away.
Misty, you know what keeps running through my mind? That Kain's if he's ever watched one episode of Survivor Man or Naked and Afraid, he sit there. How many times do you wager that he's rolled his eyes and said, "Oh my God"?
How many times do y'all do that when you watch these shows and you're like, just do this?
Yeah, it's like, what is wrong with you? What that ain't gonna work, or why ain't you doing this?
And if
Look,
you notice,
Spencer, oh my God, y'all! I told Spencer, I said we should really sign up to do Naked and Afraid. I said, but I don't want to see you naked, so we got to figure out some other show we can do.
if you notice on a lot of those shows, the people that like Kain said, you keep it simple. The people that you'll be like, they sound simple or whatever, but they grew up on a farm or they grew up in some area and they have knowledge that was passed down, and that's to me, the stuff that I was taught from my uncle and my dad and out in the woods has stuck with me. And like my uncle we would be ginseng hunting. I begged him to teach me how to look for it or whatever, and he finally decided to. We'd come up on this tree. It was a pawpaw tree. I never had seen one, but you got to trust the person that's teaching you. Well, he was a prankster, so he picks one and splits it open and said, "Here, take a bite." And I was like, "You take a bite first."
Yeah.
And it was absolutely really good. I mean, you don't see many of those around here. I think you have them in Ohio, don't you, Kain? The pawpaw tree.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if you're in Ohio.
We don't have.
In the Naked and Afraid and Lone Survivor and stuff. The last one I watched, there was a girl doing it that was very knowledgeable vegetarian, and she kicked that. She gave up. She gave up. She was like, "What? That girl and that guy, this guy's skin and bones and is like surviving." And this, she just was like, "You know what? I'm done." But that girl could have survived out there because she didn't go out there with this attitude like she's got to go kill an elk. She just took the easy food, and she was thriving. She built a cool place, did a little bit of fishing, but she had enough knowledge where she could thrive off the land. And then the meat, you know, the can I tell you the story about in the Yucatan Peninsula? Because this some of the best advice I ever had in my life. I'll make it really short, but I went to the Yucatan Peninsula and I hung out with the Mayans. And this guy who's like in his 90s, I went to his hut. And what he told me is he said, "This is all you need to survive for the day. You got to find this much food for a day. This is abundance." Now, the average lifespan of these Mayans that in this part of the jungle is 120 years old. Everything that they get from the jungle, everything that they do is natural. And that's what he was joking to me through a translator that you guys come here, we show you the plants that you can get for free, and we go and monetize it and then sell it. And he thought that was crazy. Like, why would you do that when you can get it for free? That's what Western culture does.
Yeah.
Western culture isn't going to tell you all the benefits that you can get out of something naturally. No, we'll make a chemical version of that and we'll sell it to you for 500 times the cost. That's the American way.
Look, y'all, since I really, really got into doing this, like foraging and making my own tinctures and all that, I have to go to the doctor and take antibiotics. I get really bad sinus infections, and I go anywhere from 3 to 4 times a year. Every year, it never fails. Same time of year, I'm at the doctor. Well, since I've been taking care of it myself, I've not been on antibiotics. I get, a snuffly or whatever, stuffy head ever so often. I've not took an antibiotic in well over a year.
Well,
And so far, I've not been sick.
If you go anywhere near a pine tree forest and you look on the ground, I'll just try to describe it. It looks like little pine trees growing out of the ground. They look like pine, covered. Ohio's covered with these. They're green and just look like the sprout of a pine tree. But what it is medicinal. You pull it, it's great for antihistamine. It's it's almost as effective. And the other thing this old Mayan told me too was anything that hurts you in the jungle, the cure grows beside it. And I firmly believe that that's just not for the Yucatan Peninsula. I believe that is for everything, everywhere. I believe that whatever gives you poison oak, the cure is probably growing right beside it. We just have lost that knowledge.
I agree.
Yeah.
We'll go get a cream. Pay $12 for a cream and suffer for 3 weeks rather than just have the knowledge to go find the right plant for free.
If I'd have known what I know now, we all say that. I was around some of the best people growing up, and I did ask them questions, but I didn't write anything down. And I've forgotten more, good things that they thought they were teaching me. And I just wished I'd have took the time or even I did care, but you think you always have time, and then everybody starts getting older, but there's so much. You would hear something, I had this whatever popped up, and I went out and got this whatever plant and I boiled this and put it. I'm like, what are you talking about? Oh, you don't have to go to the doctor for certain things, you know. There were some things that didn't make any sense, but I guess it worked.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't.
Austin's comment. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you're good.
He said, how do we get this knowledge back? You're living in a revival right now with the internet. All you got to do is start looking for it and doing exactly what you were just talking about, Roger, is you can be overloaded with information. Write it down. One thing I do is I'll go out all summer long. I'll take a picture of a plant I don't know. I'll come back to my cabin, just one a night, and I'll research it. I'll use Google and like a Google search on it, figure out what it is, and I'll research it. And I either put it on a shelf or I throw it away. And you know, I hike every night, especially through the summer and spring and fall. That's something I've been doing ever since I lived here because I just want to know. That's where a lot of this stuff that I have found is just by randomly going up, take a picture of it, and research it.
If y'all
And
got,
so you're talking about taking the Google image search,
Yeah.
taking a picture of the plant, and then
you say some of that, you get an app on your phone, you can take a picture and it'll identify it right then. Oh,
It gets a little worrisome on mushrooms
yeah.
because
Get good
mushrooms is
books.
a whole other thing.
All right.
But
What about remember the old book that used to be back when I was a kid, back in the late 70s, early 80s, the old Foxfire books? If somebody could find a set of them things, there was a wealth of knowledge in those books.
right. I have a good book called Mushrooms Without Fear. That's awesome because it will 5 simple things you can trust that mushroom will not kill you. And the way Mother Nature works, again, is in cycles. So at the beginning of the season, you know, Mother Nature knows that if everything was sprouted at one time, it would go to waste.
Yeah.
It does it for every month. There is something blooming every month until you get into the winter months. So the lesson to learn is we have to go probably 9 months out of the year. And then for 3 months, we have to store. So we have to look ahead. And that's what the sky clock. And that's everything that about the summer solstice and the winter. That's why it's so important for the crops and when to plant and when were things blooming. That's a part that we're missing. We don't teach that in schools anymore. You know, the sky clock tells you when things are going to start blooming. But Mother Nature spreads it out long enough to where anything that wants to can eat those resources and get the full benefit, and nothing goes to waste. And mushrooms have a short shelf life, but at least out in nature, you know, once it blooms, you've got tops 2 weeks to find it. But the thing that people get scared of mushrooms is you eat the wrong one, you die. There's no turning back. But there is, like I said, there's a book called Mushrooms Without Fear. If you follow those guidelines, you'll never eat a mushroom that's going to kill you. It's that part of it is not that hard.
Greg, you know that's on the north end of Bankhead National Forest. There, you come in from the north side. We went in, and there's a little store that's what's a big store.
Yeah.
They have mounted animals in there and whatever, and it's one of the last stops before you go in. They had bookshelves, and they had all of these natural remedies, exactly what y'all are talking about. Now, I couldn't afford to buy 4 or 5 of them, but the stuff is out there. I mean, if anybody goes into Bankhead, just stop in that little place. They've got plenty of those books. But
Roger, I've got some good books I'll send you a picture of because they'll be good for your area too. And it's One of them's a book on mushrooms. I can't think of the name of them right now. I've not even looked at them in forever, but they're really easy to use. And one's for mushrooms, and one is like pretty much just foraging and what time of year you can get what and kind of how to find it.
All right.
Well,
Thank you. Yeah, I'll get those.
Learn Christmas fern. That's an easy Christmas fern. It grows all over the United States. It grows all year round. If you know Christmas fern, you can at least go to bed at night with a salad.
Christmas
Bare
fern?
minimum. It's called Christmas fern.
Okay.
You're stepping on it. When you're out in the woods, I guarantee you're stepping on it.
Okay.
It is just, the woods are full of Christmas fern. And something that simple. Like, I know anywhere in this country I can find some Christmas fern. And if I was surviving, it's not something that has enough calories and nutrients to carry you for weeks at a time, but 3 or 4 days, it's perfect. I mean, I know it. I put it in a video when I did that video because it's so prevalent, but that's your salad. It's even in the snow. You can unbury snow and find green Christmas fern all year round.
Okay. That'll be my homework.
Yeah.
Thank you. And y'all too, we're talking about the knowledge. There was a comment just now. Just what you just did. I've got my notepad here, and that was the first note I've taken tonight. And you just passed on. I'm sure a lot of people probably wrote it down or Googling it now. And this is kind of the way we can help each other. And I appreciate that.
Well, another one that's really easy. Go into like a ravine or something. Take your shoes off and walk through the weeds. And when your feet are on fire, that plant, stinging nettles that's burning the hell out of your feet, you can eat that as one of the biggest nutritional sources that there is. And that is like greens. Collard greens. You cook that stuff, you learn how to prepare it. You cook that stuff up, that is no different than collard greens. And that has way more nutritional value. All right. Acorns. Acorns have tannic acid. So what you'd have to do in that environment is you'd have to gather up acorns, put them in like a riverbed, soak them in water, let flowing water a day or two. What they usually do, they soak them in water. The water turns really brown, and you just keep exchanging the water until the water's clear. Then they're good to eat. There's your peanut butter. It's not gonna taste like the peanut butter that we love, but the Native Americans, that was a staple of their diet. And think of all the acorns you can find. That's like a simple one. That's
what if you boiled those?
What's that?
What if you boiled those? Would that like make it worse, or would that be something you could do?
If you do, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my Tennessee coming out. Boil the acorns. Misty.
Yeah, if you put them in a pot and boil them instead of just soak.
No, you can do that and just keep exchanging the water until. Yeah, I was going way primitive. That's how the natives did it. But for modern times, boil the damn things, change out the water until it's no longer brown.
Okay.
Yeah, it's bland. It's bland, but I tell you what, if you add some seasoning to it, salt, something like that, it's actually not bad at all.
Hey, that's very good to know. My mom and dad had about 140 acres. I was lucky enough to live on that for like better part of 30 years, and there were so many walnuts, so many sassafras trees, so many. Oh my God, it was full of persimmons, and I didn't know how lucky we had it. And the pawpaw tree was actually up on top of the ridge
at Kroger's. It's expensive.
I know, and we just had them falling all over the place
for free.
Yep. my dad would throw them out in the driveway like a lot of people, and we'd run over them and get that green off of them. And
Yeah, that's the thing.
Robert, where are you from? He said Tennessee accent. I thought Roger said bulldoze then.
I did too. I admit.
I might have.
I didn't say nothing about bulldozing though.
You're talking about the acorns. Oh, you know, I've always heard that the Indians, they would, you know, we called it blanch them. You know, they would soak them and keep changing the water. And then from what I'd always been told was that they would take and grind them or pulverize them, and then they would like mash them out into like a patty, and they would, you know, like prop a rock up next to the fire, and they would splat that on there and mash it out like a dough, and it would make like a bread or like a tortilla shell or whatever, and it was made out of acorns.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a guy one time. He used to cook. I used him as a grandpa. I never had one, so he would cook during the Christmas time, and everybody loved his candy. One day he come in. He said, "Roger," he said, "I got a hickory nut pie here, and want you to try it." I'm like, "Okay." So I'm eating a little bit of it, and man, it's really good. He said, "How old do them hickory nuts taste?" I said, I stopped. I thought, "What do you mean?" His wife had been dead for 10 years. He said, "Velma gathered them up years ago, and I found them and bought them in the freezer, and I was just going to see if they were okay." So they didn't hurt me. So apparently they keep longer than 10 years.
Well, I'll tell you what, you know, we've got gobs of hickory trees, and it was probably, I had to be in my mid-20s. I had never tried to eat a hickory nut. And but there's a reason why, because if you don't figure out a certain way to crack a hickory nut, it'll take you forever to dig one out without it just being obliterated. But y'all, a dang hickory nut is as good or better than a walnut. They're just a pain in the ass to get one out of the damn hole without just destroying it. But they are really, really good.
Yeah, Billy, cattails are awesome. Every part of it you can use. Kind of same thing with those. The roots get some tannic acid in them. You want to prepare them a little better. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, people should know this. I live out here, but I work in the city. I get, and I hate it, but I drive into the city and I see all these homeless people. And I think to myself, like, you guys could be living free, and you guys could be living so much better if you just had some knowledge. Yep. You know, you don't need to beg for food. You don't need, obviously a lot of the homeless people, there's more things involved in that. I feel sorry for them. I want to pull over and point out on the roadside on a highway and say, "You see this? You see this? You see that? You can eat this. It's growing on the side of a highway in the middle of freaking Columbus, Ohio. You can eat you're walking on edibles. You're standing there begging for food. You're standing on a wild edible that you can eat."
What about the kudzu that grows all over Alabama?
You can eat kudzu
that's
too.
Like,
as long as they don't spray it.
It is a huge nutritional source. It's a big pain. It's like it takes over because it's an invasive species, but it is like it's like stinging nettles as far as the nutritional value. Maybe the earth is trying to tell us something,
Now, what'd you say, Roger? What plant was it?
The kudzu that y'all have down there?
Dude, yeah, kudzu's loaded with nutrition. Here in Alabama, I don't do it, but I've seen people that'll take the kudzu leaves. They'll wash them. They'll cut the leaves off. They'll wash them and clean them up, and they'll batter the things and deep fry them. Wow. And it's fried kudzu leaves. But
y'all, just interrupt y'all for a second. I get a text just now from my son. He went to Mississippi. His stepdad and the brothers inherited this place, and the person that owned it collected things. Peyton just sent me a picture. He had his hand out, and he said, "Hey, I got this 2 or 3 of these big ball bearings. Look at this." And I said, "That's exploding cannonballs you done." I don't know if it is or not, but it looks like them. So he's
knowledge, yeah.
But when Kain was talking about the him having a lot of Indian, burial sites and all that.
Yeah.
Like here in the South where I'm at, I'm on the south side of the Tennessee River, and this was, just flooded with Native Americans, which pretty much most of the United States, there was Indians everywhere. But just to show you the way that people look at that, I worked with a guy several years ago when I worked for a propane company, and one of the guys that I worked with, he grew up here. Now, I mean, this old boy worked with me, and he grew up 20 miles from me, but he was helping one of his buddies in one of the biggest towns really close to where I'm at. They were like in the edge of the city limits, and this town's probably 40, 50,000 people, maybe not that many, but it's close. It's one of the larger towns in North Alabama. And he was helping this boy put some siding on this new house. And as he was walking around the house, he looked down and he found, a gorgeous, about a 3-inch long arrowhead, flint arrowhead, that was just where they had bulldozed and fixed for the foundation. Well, so he brings it to work. Well, he said, man, you ain't gonna believe this. I was at Corey's house, man. I was helping him put siding on. I look down, look what I found. He pulls this thing out of his pocket and he's holding it up. He lays it in my hand. I'm looking at it. He said, so that blows my mind. Them bastards would have been that close into town like that. I'm like, what? He said, you wouldn't have thought there'd been Indians that close to town. And I said, I'm thinking he's joking. And I realized he's serious as hell. I said, you dumbass. I said, this point right here is about 5,000 years old. Do you think that town was there 5,000 years ago?
Yeah.
But in his mind, he just couldn't. He's like, well, he was just puzzled why they would have been Indians that close in the town.
Well,
so there's on Bear Creek Road. Y'all remember that church picture I sent y'all where Alan Jackson did the video, CC song?
Yeah.
There's a church. Okay, that road there, and probably 300 yards from that church, there was a field that this guy, well, when they turned any of those fields for tobacco, whatever, we would go as kids after it rained, and we would find arrowheads, tools, and everything, wash the dirt off of it. And anyway, it was a bunch of broken flint. And I was talking to this lady. I found a hide scraper. It was beautiful. It perfect fit my hand, perfect. And I didn't know what it was. I asked the lady, and I said, "There's a lot of broken pieces." She said, "Is it close to a small creek?" I said, "Yeah, it's a little creek coming through." She said, that's where they were making them.
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, we'd find 3/4 of one or whatever." Well, back in that hollow, we hunted back there as 15, 16-year-olds. And I swear to y'all, I didn't think anything about it. The family still owns it, this certain family. I don't have access to it anymore. But there was a big pond, and on the left side of that field, there was a mound. Now, I didn't think anything about it until I saw the mounds on Natchez Trace years later.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw that and it identified what that was, my skin crawled because it's there, and I'm sure it's still there.
Roger, one of the latest recording Indian villages in the state right here in North Alabama was about, I guess it's not much over 1/4 of a mile from my front door. And where it's on the creek there by where my house is. But the creek makes a big wide bend in it, just a gradual bend, and it's flattened out. And my family used to own that property. And there's a flat that you come off the mountain and it flattens out, and there's about a 3 or 4 acre, just pretty flat area. And they had it in my family had it in fields. And every time we'd plow that, we'd just roll arrowheads out like crazy. Mm-hmm. But at the corner of that, like at the edge of the river, just back probably, or from the creek, it's probably 50 feet. There's some smaller burial mounds right there, but that was actually recorded on like a census record or something. But that was some of the last remaining like village sites right here was right there 1/4 of a mile from my porch.
I wondered, Kain, any of y'all know, like if there was a place where they were making arrows, and then you had the burial spots like that I found, more than likely. How big y'all think of a settlement would that be? I mean, it could be all different sizes, but would they settle with 2,000 people, maybe 1,000, 10,000?
I'll tell you what. There's a couple guys I follow that do a lot of archaeological digging around the Ohio River. These guys, and they're guys like us, but they're finding arrowheads and stuff like that. What the evidence is showing is you're looking at thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Every time the Ohio River floods a little bit, it goes back down. It's thousands of arrowheads across on the banks, and these guys, and they go. It just shows you. I think they were here way longer than what anyone can imagine. You know, when I look at that and what these guys are doing, I'm looking at like a 10,000 year culture.
Yeah,
we've only been here since 1776. We're dealing with cultures that were in the Americas for thousands of years, and you're seeing the evidence of it. I mean, it's just like it's pouring out of the ground. But that's layer after layer after layer. It's thousands of years of people doing this.
And you know the series America Unearthed.
Yeah.
I loved watching that because all over this country there's evidence of people being here longer than 400 or 500 years, whatever, 200 years, or even you think they'll tell you, well, these people came across the Bering Strait, and then
have you ever heard
like
of
there are more cultures, more evidence of different cultures than anybody ever thought, or they probably knew and kept it from us. But
I'm going to give you a rabbit hole. I don't know. Anybody in the chat or you guys ever heard of the mud floods?
the mud floods.
Yes.
I've had that a few times. I've been sick.
Okay.
Didn't we just talk about this?
All right. That is a huge rabbit hole. My new site's going to dive into this, so that's why I'm going to bring it up now. As we progress, there is we're always changing. We're always knocking down building, but there's evidence all over the United States that just does not make sense. Like, there is literally from everywhere, New York, all across Utah, there's these buildings, and when they go to excavate them and stuff, to whatever they're doing, rebuild them or tear them down, there's layers underneath the ground of windows and freaking 12-foot doors. And it's like something happened, and then they just took the remaining part of the building. To me, it's fascinating. Now, you dive down that, you're gonna hear all kinds of stuff about a reset and orphan trains, and it's a deep rabbit hole. But if you just hold on and just look at the evidence, man, some of that stuff we were lied to. I'm so geared up to talk about. Like, when you Google, for the people that are listening, Google's a great resource, but consider the source.
Yeah.
We all think, well, I'll just Google that. I can tell you firsthand a lot of the stuff about wild edibles and stuff like that. You Google it, it might tell you that it's poisonous. There is a narrative and propaganda at hand. I don't want to get into the politics of it. I'm just going to tell you that it's very hard to find information that benefits you for free. And that's the facts. And I am way down a rabbit hole right now with trying to put some stuff on my new page, and I'm dealing with this right now as we speak. Like, I'm looking at some of the stuff and I'm reading the narrative, and like one of them is these sculptures. Okay, I could buy, like, one guy did this sculpture. I'm going to say, as a person that comes from an engineering and construction, that had to take that guy 10 years, but he's got freaking 100 of them. And by the way, he also did this cathedral, and he did this cathedral. Like that guy could not live long enough, because everything he does is a masterpiece. So then that makes you start questioning the narrative. Like, okay, that's what Google tells you, but did this guy even exist, or do they create this? It's Benini. If anyone wants to know, it's Benini. His sculptures that he did. He's the one that did the sculptures out of that show like veils and stuff. Master work, craftsman. But I'm like, there's no way in hell. There's no way in hell that guy did everything that they said he did. He couldn't. Like, one of those sculptures is probably half a lifetime. Has to be. And I'm going to jump into this when I start my page. I want to do a whole segment, because when you see the sculpture that I'm talking about, there's not a person on this planet today that can do it. I'll give you my cabin if you can find someone that can do what this guy was doing in the Renaissance period. Something's not right. Something's not right.
Yeah, the math don't math. The time it takes to do that versus how many he did.
No, I have to find it. I was actually, when you asked me if I could do this tonight, I was researching a hotel I think it was in Maine. I have not been able to find it again, but you look at the scale of this thing, and then you read the narrative. It was built in 6 months. No, right? I come from this industry. You're talking about people in carriages, horses and carriages. There's no way they built this. It's incredible. And I think they knocked it down, but I'm going to find out. I'm going to do a whole piece on it. Like, that narrative. I know we built it. I know but the narrative's wrong. There's no way in hell you built that thing in 6 months. Another rabbit hole is the World Fairs.
Well, that just goes back to, they still can't anybody figure out how they carved out the stones or moved the stones or built the pyramids. We couldn't do that now. With all our technology, we can't reproduce what they did.
And what about the site? Y'all may know what I'm talking about. You watch Ancient Aliens, and they have these stones that were just as good or better than laser cut, and the tolerances are so amazing. There's no gaps at all. They didn't have, what is it?
Globlateki, if I'm pronouncing it right.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and the thing is, the way I look at things, simply, if there's 4 stones, or 5 or 400, whatever, if there's 2 of them that are put together like that, who did it? How did they do it? That's what you're saying, and it blows my mind to think what we're not
looking at, and this is my opinion, but I'm definitely going to deep dive this. Is pre-flood technology. I think is what the stuff that's existing to this day that we're seeing, where we're like, our minds like, how did they do it? It's pre-flood.
Yeah. I think
so some of this knowledge and history, it may be still on the planet, or you think it was
it's there. It's just been dispersed. I'm going to do, I promise you, I'm going to go down that rabbit hole in my new site, and try to build it in a way that people can understand. Because you have to start from the very beginning. And then once you start to see it, then you start to see like all the way up to modern times. You know, why are we at war in this country? Well, if you follow this from recorded, there's only so many countries out there left that have their own banking system. So it goes back down to bloodlines, and it's a big rabbit hole, but it can be explained. And I'll tell you right now, every one of those things you're referring to, the ancient sites, is dealing with frequency. That's a fact. That's a fact. I can't wait to talk more about it. A lot of people are discovering that, but what they were trying to show us was different frequencies. That's where we're heading.
The Stonehenge, I believe, where they played different frequencies inside. Yeah, you're.
Yeah.
Well, you're right.
The Native American culture in the Americas, people don't understand that how technical that is. It wasn't just an any amount. It was a certain place on the earth that had significance. You could take the Serpent Mound here in Ohio. Every bend of the Serpent Mound is an astrological viewpoint from the summer solstice, the winter solstice, and the moon cycles. So they knew this. And some of these cultures knew enough that even the tilt of the earth, the axis of the earth, they were around long enough to know the what I think was called the Great Procession. They could document that. So their history went, and I think that's like a 12,000 year cycle alone. So someone was watching the stars, watching the sky, and recording it for thousands of years and sharing this knowledge. And you see it here in the Americans of where they put their mounds. Where, you know, most of the time there's by a river and in the S curve of a river, because they believed, and in that specific place, okay, due to its location, probably east-west, that bend in the river, you have flowing energy. It's trapping that curve in the river is trapping this energy. Back then, they didn't do square walls; they did curved. There's a reason for that. It's that ancient philosophy that we don't understand anymore. But you know, you go into a right angle, I guess it blocks that. But if you curve it, it allows the frequencies and the energies at that exact place on the earth. I don't know.
So even the sound waves are shaped like that too, right?
Yes.
And then, so I just recently learned what I shared with you. I recently learned that the color that we see, the waves are shaped like that, and it's been blowing me away, some of that. But
yeah,
well, these people that figure this out, Kain, and it doesn't work out too much. Ray just brought up Tesla. You know, he had it figured out, and I don't know, where does that come from? Where's the information come from?
I could probably say I'm related to Nikola Tesla.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
He's in my bloodline. Yeah. Have you ever heard of his theory on 369?
Yeah, just like last week.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's a good rabbit hole. It's how do you explain it? It is what it is. I mean, everything that you're talking about, even like as a musician, okay, you go to everything today that you hear is tuned to 440. Mm-hmm. That's standard tuning for any instrument. All right. That was changed. The healing frequency is 432. And anybody here can go and get on YouTube and listen to 432 music. Just get it on there, headphones or something, and tell me if you don't physically feel a difference. See, because that is what the ancients were trying to tell us. There are a few frequencies. The Great Pyramid, we're talking about that. If you do all the math, it goes to 432. They're trying to tell you 432 frequency. I will explain that in the future. But even, okay, you know where the Great Pyramid, the Pyramid of Giza, do you know where they put that on the earth? They calculated, because we're moving. The earth is moving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Around the sun. They calculated that down to 1/4. The exact length of the pyramid, the base of the pyramid, is a fraction mathematically that somehow they knew the speed of the earth going around the sun, and that is a like a one, I want to say it's like a 1/8 measurement of where it's at in the planet. So as the sun goes by in that one little time frame, that's where they put the pyramid. Like they knew that much. It's like mind blowing that they knew. And they also knew, I don't know if people know this, but the pyramid is not, it has a concave on the sides. The concave as it goes up to the peak. It's the radius of the earth. It's the radius of the earth. It's not a direct line. It has a concave to it. And that concave is the freaking earth. So as you start to really deep dive in the knowledge that they were sharing, it's like, yeah, no.
Well, did it
inspired by the creator or something more, but they knew it. They knew
Does it really line up with Orion's belt? I saw something about the way that spaced out, that the three pyramids are.
Yeah, it has an alignment, and you also have to consider the precession. The pyramids, for anyone that's listening, the pyramids are so old that when Moses walked the earth, the pyramids were a few thousand years old by then.
Mm.
Shit, that's before Moby Dick was even a minute.
Exactly. That's how old they are. And that's what you have to do. You have to start. Recorded history was Sumerians. Sumerians actually started recording in writing. That's as far back as we can go. So really what happened with the ancient Sumerians, thousands of years before the biblical record. The biblical, especially a lot of the old biblical record, it's just because back then, it's word of mouth. They re-transcribe a lot of the stuff. So the story of Noah, all right? We say it was Noah. This is a couple thousand years after it happened. When you get closer to when it happened, it was Gilgamesh. The Epic of Gilgamesh. It doesn't matter. It's still a flood. But you start to see the changes. This is recorded history over thousands of years. But you start taking all those branches of each little piece of knowledge from around the world. Hare Krishnas, Buddhism, Christianity, the Sumerians. To kind of put it together, you have to take it all. That's a lifetime of research.
Is this true? I saw a documentary one time, and they were talking about the dinosaurs, what happened, what might happen, and there was a group of scientists that were Christian, and they were talking about, well, the majority of these things we find when we find the fossils and everything, it's at the highest point in the area. And one guy was like, what would cause all the animals to run to the highest point? And it's a flood.
Yeah.
And so that made then they showed this tree that didn't make sense because it was through 7 layers of different rock, and the tree hadn't aged like they say the rock would have had to. The layers would have been created, if that makes sense. And I'm like, well, what if the carbon dating is off just a little bit, or they're just telling us that it's a certain time period? Because
you know what
I realized that a long time ago.
Living organism ever found was
what?
On planet Earth?
No.
Mushroom.
Ah.
Billions of years old. The mushrooms that we have today were evolved a billion years ago to what they are now already. So if you look at the archaeological record, there was a period on this planet where there was giant, before the dinosaur, giant mushrooms. That is an evolved species. That's one of the first evolved species that actually cultivated the planet. So we start talking about mushroom medicine. You're taking part of a species that was here at the creation. I just thought I'd throw that in there.
No, that's.
But it's true.
This is the kind of stuff we sit around and talk about with each other, like when we're not doing this. Like it gets really, really deep sometimes. It really does. Like,
and then tonight we're all sober, so I mean it could be worse. But,
yeah,
Kain says, speak for yourself, Greg.
Mostly sober.
On the pyramids, I mean, here's the deal. They said that some of the stones in the pyramid, one stone could weigh like 80 tons. So we're talking 160,000 pounds. And these stones were moved for miles and miles to build a thing. Well, if you're just going to build something out of stone that weighed, one block of stone weighed 160,000 pounds, and you got I don't know how they moved them, but if it wasn't significant that you wanted it where it's at, why would you go through all the work to move many of those big stones? I mean, they moved them for a reason to that specific spot.
Well, think about what Kain just said too. Not only they just didn't throw the pyramids together.
No.
They measured their measurements for a reason. I didn't know they were concaved. You have to figure all this stuff out, and you got a stone that big, and you set it down 3 foot to the left. How the hell you get it moved back? How do you adjust that? So, Kain, do you think they had help? Or did they use sound?
With my work, I deal with cranes.
Yeah.
Right? A big unit for us is like 25 tons. All right. So to find a crane that can do a 25-ton list, there's only a couple in Ohio that can do it. The last time, because then it's not just lift it, it's how far it can set it.
Yeah.
The last time I dealt with this, I think so let's say you want to move 25 tons, but you want to move it 200 feet up onto a roof. All right. You might need a 200-ton crane. So what they do in this process, modern day, all right, is you will get a crane that comes out. The crane will drive out with 3 to 6 semi-loads of counterweights and parts to put this crane together. The last one I did, the only one I could find was in Pennsylvania. And it was for to set one unit that took a total of an hour. Once we actually got it set up, that's $60,000. to
Wow.
move $60,000. Now they were there. I mean, hell, we had 6 semis out there. Took them half a day to set the crane up. Actually, in that scenario, they came the night before, and still took another half a day to get the crane set up with enough counterweight. All right. These are like slabs of steel that they put on the back of the crane to you have to have a counterweight. You can only haul so much in the semi across, on state highways.
Yeah.
They might have 2 pieces on each semi. So you get all these semis going, because those 2 pieces weigh 200,000 pounds. Then you start talking about the pyramid stones, and that's off the charts. It's like, as a guy that works in construction in modern day, I'm looking at that like that could be done, but it'll take 1,000 years. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like that for every setup, for every stone of the pyramid. Modern day, you might be able to set a few stones, and soon then it's going to be out of the radius. That crane and that whole operation, 6 semis, have to put it back together, move another step to set a couple, and then you stand and look at the pyramid and you see like that did not happen in a time for 20 years or whatever they said it did.
And we're not even talking about quarrying.
Yeah,
you got to dig it out of the ground, and then you got to shape it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not counting that. Oh, my head's hurting, y'all.
Millions of people. It'd take millions of people.
And you have to have water.
Yeah.
For the workers. So
Well,
I think again, I want to keep going back to this. It's all about frequency. There is a way to move those stones with frequency.
Yeah.
They didn't do all this because it was hard. They did it because at that day, the technology they had, bigger was better and easier.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work for us today. Smaller is faster. But then they're like, oh no, let's
Also take into consideration that most of their tools was either stone tools or copper. They didn't have steel. They didn't have steel tools. And another factor, a lot of those big stones came out from the other side of the Nile River. They were across the river. They had to be not only moved, but they had to cross the river with those things. How are you going to cross a river with 160,000 pound stone?
And here's another thing. He's talking about the sound, the frequencies. What would you have to have that would either be big enough, or you would have to direct the sound to a certain area, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's way past my.
Well, what is the mathematical equation for the entire pyramid setup? Come back to a frequency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why there's places in India, temples that are built. So you could take a plate of sand. They do this, and you can even by voice, you can the om. You can do that, and that will construct the molecules of the sand. Every time you hit that sand with a frequency, it will make like a pattern of a snowflake, but it's actually a pattern, and that pattern 432 is throughout history. They knew this. They knew this frequency. They're trying to tell us there's something about 432. You should pay attention to it. Well, now that we have Google Earth and we can look at a satellite view and we can look at these temples, it is the exact same layout of that frequency. So what I envision them doing is doing that specific frequency on a plate with sand, and it constructs a pattern, very intricate pattern. They took the manpower, the labor, the resource, they built their temple. So from a bird's eye view, you look at it, you can transpose that perfectly.
Well, that's like we'd been talking about, the frequencies and how it's this, and I try to tell Roger and them all the time, I give them all my speech about stuff, and all my spiritual stuff I have to send them text about, but they try to dumb us down so we forget all this stuff. And just like what Kain's talking about, they lower our sounds that they want us to hear because they try to dumb us down from feeling the way we should feel to actually be able to pick up on this stuff.
Well, the English language is bastardized. It's a grunt language. I'm sorry. All right. You could take Hebrew. Hebrew will have, like, they'll say one word in Hebrew. It'll give you 8 different explanations why they use that word. All right. Italian, it's the Romance language, right? That's because it's so more colorful. We're like one step away from what we text, emojis, and it's a standardized language that the world is learning because it's easy. All right. The English language does not have all the reflections that it needs, especially when you start talking about spiritual and hidden knowledge. It's just that it's not there. So you can say one word while he's saying this, but you're not getting the full picture because we don't understand the language that it was spoken in. The tetragrammaton
words are powerful.
Yeah, no. Read the Bible. What's the first phrase of the Bible? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was good. The Word had power.
Yes.
Jesus spoke that if you just spoke, the mountains would fall into the sea. You just asked him, but you'd have to use that language. That's how powerful the Word is.
Mm-hmm.
But we are apes. We're not progressing, and we're progressing in technology in a different route. We're not progressing spiritually. We're degrading. We're degrading every year that we exist. The Renaissance, I challenge anyone to go and just do some research on what they were building during the Renaissance. And I challenge you, look at today's modern architecture with what was going on. Maybe it's just because I'm in this field. How do you justify? You look at some of these old cathedrals, every inch of this thing has meaning. And took a master craftsman. You don't do that today. It's a freaking licking stick, man. As fast as you can get it done, throw them together a building. You make a promise. I'm part of this. I'm part of this. That people build a building. They promise the world and it goes to the cheapest bidder who can do it. The cheapest and fastest is all they care about. So you get what we get, what you see every day. You don't see arches and beautiful architecture. No, we don't have money for that. Give me the Taco Bell version. That's what you're getting. You know what I mean? It's I don't know. I can't. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Like that meant that these people. Like when I went back to the sculptures, that's like 10 years. Maybe that's a speculation of one sculpture. So people had to have time to be creative, had to have time to be master craftsmen. Someone was funding that. to like someone was funding Leonardo da Vinci to let him be Leonardo da Vinci and just, you know, be him. And what can you, this beautiful mind, what can you put on paper to teach us? Someone had to fund that.
I wish he'd have been. I wished he would have been turned loose and not had to hide a lot of stuff. Where I was thinking before you said Da Vinci, he put codes and he put clues and things also. And I'm wondering, like the pyramids, were the pyramids built like covertly to give us a message? Or,
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I got the message.
Didn't Da Vinci disappear?
I'm going to talk about it. I got the message. I know exactly what it is. It's point. Well, I'll tell you right now, it's 432. Man, it's. They were directing. You know, they had to build this colossal thing that can withstand everything.
Right.
Everything. Through the sands of time. What they were look here. Once technology gets far enough along, the pyramid is also a perfect circle. It is a pyramid, but geometrically, mathematically, it is a perfect circle. And they're teaching us. They're teaching us. Even the grand, what do they call it? That goes through the middle of the pyramid. The grand archway that goes up to the queen's tomb or whatever they want to call it.
Yeah.
Every inch, you have to go every inch. There's a change. Well, I should say, every time there is a change, if you use the inch measurement, it goes and coincides with the biblical narrative, all the way up to the chamber. Every time there's a, you know, so when you go through this procession in this hallway, it changes sizes. Every time it does. If you go back to the birth date of Jesus, every time it changes with it. There's all kinds of encoded messages in this. Sorry.
No, that's
maybe for some, but
I love it.
I'm just amazed. I mean, because you know we see some of this, and how can you trust the source of information? Like if I watch a documentary, it's just like this. This is funny to me. There were some scientists or archaeologists, whatever, and they were talking about the pyramids probably 20 years ago. They're like, we figured it up, and there's 3.14 in here at pi. Nobody knew about this until 100 years ago or whatever. And this carpenter's listening, this simple guy over here, and he's listening to him talk. And he started telling one of them something. They said, come here and say that again. He said, no, if 3.14 is in this measurement, they didn't have to know about it. They just had to measure with a tire or a wheel or something, and then it would automatically be in the formula, right?
That's what I teach I do a apprenticeship. I teach kids my trade. And in this day and age right now, like we're always going out looking for who wants to work, who wants to trade. You know, it's very hard to find. But where we're finding it is in the inner city. We're getting like these street kids that like, yeah, I can't afford college and this. So I'm getting a bunch of inner city kids. And, you know, I hate to say it, but a lot of them do not have they did not have a great education. But I can work with that. You know, once they get to me, I go back to that. I go back to, you know, when I start, my biggest courses are triangulation. And I'm like, you can draw a picture on paper, and with triangulation and geometry, you can make it. And that's why I teach them, because none of them are great in math and this sort of stuff. But I'm like, neither were the master craftsmen back in the day. They didn't have a college degree. They knew what they knew. And this is one of the methods that they use. They use triangulation. There's no math involved. All right. Once you learn the method, so we do like some pretty intricate stuff. And once you see that light bulb go, it light off in her head, like, oh, yes, they didn't have to be super smart. They just had to know the process of how to transpose this using triangulation. Whatever I can create in my brain, put it on paper. I could draw my students a picture, whatever the hell you want me to draw, whatever I can come up with. They can use that method to make it reality with whatever they want to. It makes a pattern. It's a pattern. So you have whatever it is. Okay, so how do I take this idea and bring it to life? And that's what I teach. And then at the end of the year, we're next week's their last week. I always ask them, you guys want to learn some secret knowledge? And the answer is always yes. So I start them, with the seed of life. But a lot of people don't realize there's a whole narrative that I've memorized. So when you're drawing the seed of life out and you're creating the seed of life, there's a narrative to it. That's what I do for the first year kids. And then the second year kids that come along at the end of the year, work's done. I ask them again and I give them the next step. It's like deep. And I don't care. A lot of it, all I know is that they're going to remember that. At some point, it's going to come up on TikTok, YouTube, or they're like, I think that's what that old Kain guy was talking about. He talked about the Megatron, Metatron's cube, and the seed of life, and he gave me this bunch of mumbo jumbo that but I'm like, that's secret knowledge. Like, I'm sharing this with you. I'm planting a seed in you right now. Like 99% of the world doesn't know this. So these are like gangbangers, all right? These are like hardcore kids that I'm trying to plant the seed in. And it's great when they see that, like, wait a second. When you draw that out, every object that you can imagine is within this. Yes, that is creation mathematically. It's awesome.
I feel like I'm in a class. I love it. It's the mushrooms.
It is the mushrooms.
Oh, don't get me started, because we'll get start talking about mushrooms. I will spare my House of Enoch crowd of this. My new platform, though, I'm going hard in that. I can't do it anymore. I see it now. And I'm sorry. It's once you've done ayahuasca and once you've had like a life-changing trip, spiritual experience, you start seeing the evidence. This just happened to me today, so it's fresh in my mind. I was researching a mosque, and I just, the architecture and everything on it, I'm like blown away. And I look up, I'm like, that's DMT right there. Like they're trying to show you like it's the same. It's the same. So that spiritual connection, it's all geometry and the way that the human mind is trying to convey it. You can see it in old world mosques. You could see it in Buddhism, all their gods and stuff. You know, when you think of Hare Krishnas and all the different gods they have, that's the shit that you see. That's the shit that you see with an ayahuasca trip. So then you make the connection like, oh, okay. Somewhere in time, someone saw the same shit that I did, and now they, some blue woman with 6 arms, and like I saw that. You start making these little,
Well,
like, oh my God, there's a whole religion based on this.
Well, the thing about people nowadays, I'm a little different. Where if I see something amazing, I may slow down and look at it or come back later. But there's so many people now that live in a town for 25 years of their life, the first 25 years, and you mention something to them, they drive by it every day and they've never stopped to look at it.
Yeah.
And it could be simple. So with the trip that you went on, how many distractions did you have? Almost none.
Well, I've had several. No. There is. It takes you straight to the spiritual world. The only way to explain it is if you can imagine what it'd be like to meet God. That experience. It's. I'm not saying I did. I'm just saying that's the only way I can tell you.
So is it like you understand everything?
No. At the time you do. But you come back and you try to wrap your head around the experience, and then what it does, it makes you humble. It makes you a better person. It makes you see the world as one. It makes you try to be a better person. And it makes you realize the futility of us trying to understand. We have a problem with as modern humans, we want to understand everything. What that experience will tell you is you're trying to you want to understand all knowledge of the universe that's never had a start, never has an ending point. You want to tap into that, and you want to know it's impossible. It's impossible. Even the story of God himself will just trip your brain out, right? Will trip your brain out. How long has he been around? What created him? Something obviously did.
Well,
that's where our mind just crumbles.
Stop. Okay, so what gets me like that is if I start thinking about the universe and how expansive the universe is, but what's on the outside of that?
Does it give you a headache, Roger?
Yes, sir. It will give me a headache. I'll have to shut down for 2 days.
I've got to think about that before where it all ends. And the longer I thought about it, my head would go to hurt so bad I couldn't hardly see.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe off limits. We're not supposed to dwell on that stuff.
Right.
Maybe it's a block. Yeah, that's what I feel like. Because
the way to do it is you have to redirect that.
I mean, honestly, it makes me feel like you're a dog in an electrified fence. You get too close to where you're not supposed to be.
All right. I can work with that, though.
There you go.
Roger, Greg, Kain, Misty, wherever she went. Everybody that's listening. Throughout eons of time. Who knows? We don't know the beginning. We don't know the end. All right. We can look out with our own eyes. We can look out into the universe itself. And as we look out, we're looking at light years and light years and light years. even with our technology, to the beginning of this universe, we can look out. And the message that you should be receiving is that there is nothing in this universe that is as unique as you. Every one of us, everyone that's listening, me, you, Misty, all of us, we are the epitome of creation right now in this moment at this time.
Mm-hmm.
We are the tip of evolution. It's taken eons of time to create us.
Yeah.
You can look out and search 360 as far as the eye can see, and you'll never see anything as unique as you. And when you gaze upon the stars, you're gazing upon trillions of options. There's nothing out there as unique as you. And that is the message. That you are that unique in this universe. You are special. That instead of hurting our brain, that is what we should be focusing on, is how special are you?
Hey, look, I've been married 27 years. My mom tells me I'm special all the time.
Yeah, that's right. But we forget that. We get beat down in this world. We get beat down like we're nothing. We're no, every single person on this planet is a unique. We are the epitome of creation right now. That's how unique we are.
And what's funny is you're looking at the stars and out there, and you may be focusing on something that doesn't exist anymore. The light just hasn't passed us. Yeah. We're here right now, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's some of the secret shit that I've been putting on my site. That some of those weird videos. I did that on purpose, and I'm going to explain them all. But part of that is, where are you at right now in this universe and in this time? And some of the stuff that we've been talking about tonight with frequencies and relativity, it's where are you now? Do you know where you fit, not only in this planet, but in time? That some of the secret coding I was trying to convey. Like, that's, as you expand Metatron's cube and the flower of life, somewhere in there, that's where you're at right now. So finding where you're at right now in the present is big. And that's one of the secret messages I was putting in there, was that, where are you now? Do you know where you're at? Okay. I was showing you a tree structure, right? Okay. There's only one place in this universe where that tree structure exists. That's the message. Like, where are you? Can you find yourself? Can you find here in this universe of multiple possibilities? You are here. That's one of the things that was in the video, was that you have to find where do I exist right here, outside of time. Where do I exist right here? There's secret teachings that will kind of tell you, like, you're here. Be present. Be present. Be in the moment. Take life in, because from the day you were born, you're bombarded not to every other option out there. You're being bombarded. The universal truths of life, they don't want you to know this. All right, that's why you get on YouTube. All of us do it. We like, I'm going to research this, and you watch that video. What comes up next? Something else that you weren't intending to watch, because you're on a path. You're on a mission. So you have to train your brain, like, oh, yeah, I really, like, that's cool. I really kind of want to watch that video. But if you do, 4 hours later, you're still in this path of watching random shit, and you forgot why you started to research this. And you have to manipulate the system. Like, no, I'm focused. I'm hyper focusing on this. This is what I'm doing today. And what it all comes down to is time. Every entity, every corporation out there just wants your time. If they can take your time for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, and distract you from what you're trying to look at, time is the commodity. Time. We're only here. Like, if they look at me, Kain Michael's only going to be here for this much time. How much time can we insert our narrative when we can see him, his algorithm, we can see him. He's free thinking now. He's trying to get outside the box. So we have to bombard him with everything that we got. Because when it comes down to it, it's all about how much time. I'm nothing to them. They just want to get that time. So that next video is going to be something they know I want to watch. They're going to try to knock me off my focus. So I have to realize this and be like, no, I'm going to research this now. And I have to fight it every time I'm trying to research, whether it's Google, YouTube, whatever resource you're using, unless you're going to a library and reading paperbacks, which I'm sure everyone knows that's hard. It's getting harder and harder and harder. And a lot of stuff we should be reading is pre-1900s. That's when the shift happened. But that's just me. Sorry.
I've noticed that.
I'm not trying to preach.
I've noticed Facebook, YouTube, they all do it. And then you'll look up like 30 minutes later, and like, how in the hell did I get here? And so
I speak from experience. I do that shit all the time. I start off like, okay, I've got 4 hours before I got to go to bed. I'm deep diving this, and I get into it, and I do. It happens to me all the time. I have to remind myself, like, stick to the mission. My free thought coming from me, I wanted to research this. I want to go down this road. But even before the video, as soon as the video stops, another one pops up and it says distraction. That's what it is.
And they know us. They know us better than we know ourselves, because they're keeping up with you and Greg texting, you and Misty and me and all of us. They know our interest. And I know it sounds crazy, but if you pay attention, you'll see it.
Do you need to know
start digging into something
hit on the other side of the world? Do you need to know that? Do you need that in your bubble? Does Kain Michael need to know, living here? Do I need to use my energy and cry and feel bad for something that happened on the other side of the world? You might think that's heartless, man. No. Because that shit weighs on you. That shit, you carry that shit. Like the world is falling apart. That's just because they're showing you all the parts of the world that's falling apart. They're not showing you all the good things of the world. So I have to just walk out here, walk outside my cabin. I look out and I have a beautiful vista. And I look at that and it's like, this shit hasn't changed in 1,000 years.
Let me tell you something. I was into social media and advertising for folks and helping with businesses, not officially, but just all over Facebook and trying to figure it out. And I felt that heaviness. And I finally got to the point where I knew I had to get rid of the social media. I took a break, about a 2-year break. I deleted everything. Everybody that I knew thought I was mad at them because they thought I blocked them, because I was not on any of these platforms. When I came back with a new focus and realizing what it was doing to me, those certain things like you're talking about, those certain subjects that, that drain your energy, and
we're not built to carry the weight of the world.
No, and I ended up here. I ended up with these people.
We have our
Out of
own
that.
drama. We have our own crisis in our life. Multiple times in our life, our world falls apart. The rest of the world doesn't need to know that. That's our circle. It's
Right.
our bubble. When our life's falling apart, the rest, we're individuals. And, if some guy goes in, the certain things hit me harder. Like that dude went in and killed a bunch of Amish children in that schoolhouse. That crushed my heart.
Right.
It just did. But I had to step back and be like, God damn it. I feel terrible for them, but I don't want to give them my energy because I can walk out here and my world's fine. That's what they're doing. Like, let's focus on doom and gloom, and there's no hope. That's all you get. Doom, gloom. The world is a screwed up place. There's terrible things, but not my bubble. Not right here. Everything here, Russia can start nuking freaking whatever. It's not happening here. And you erase that. You take, it's only what? How many years? 20 years since we've had internet? People back in the day, they were lucky if they had a newspaper. They didn't have to carry the trauma of the world. That's what it is. That's what they're trying to do. They want you to carry the trauma of the world. We're not built for that.
And my dad, he was a
We've
good
talked
guy.
about
And
that a bunch.
he worried about people, but his advice to me always was, if you can't do anything about something, don't worry about it. But if you can, then you handle it. He said that's easy to say, hard to do.
Think about it. All us right here is old enough to remember when Walter Cronkite, you actually had regular news that didn't blow propaganda everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Well,
how many people have y'all been around and they're in a bad mood or their energy is really negative? You start feeding off that and start feeling the same way as the people that you're around or what you watch or whatever. I do too. But how many times are you in a bad mood and one of us will start texting and we get to laughing and cutting up and going on and your mood changes like that because it changes your energy. It just shifts everything because you're around more positive people or you're hearing something that's more positive.
Well, what about this? So Kain's talking about frequencies. So I'm bad about having a radio going in the background or a TV. I don't know who's sending that signal out. So, you know how you feel a certain way some days? Hell, it could be the TV that you got going on in the background. I'm stupid. I just thought about that. So maybe we just need to turn off all this background noise, and even movies. Because you'll come out of a movie or a TV show and it hits you hard for some reason, or you feel a certain way. Then I find out they've got 3 or 4 different soundtracks, the ones you can't hear, but you can your subconscious or whatever you can.
Well, you just look how sound added in movies. I mean, just everything that makes a horrendous difference on the audience in a movie theater. I mean, and actually I saw not long ago, there were certain sounds that back years and years ago that they had started using in some movie theaters that they actually had to ban them from doing it. I don't know if it was like an infrasound or whatever, but it actually could like make people feel anxious or nervous or whatever. And I guess it may have been kind of like infrasound, but they had to ban that from being used in movie theaters.
I want to put something out for everybody. I do this when I watch a movie and I'll really get into it. I get into the stories. And so whoever puts that movie together, I fall for it. I go hook, line, and sinker. But when I watch the movie the second time, I pay attention to the music, the mood music and all that. And there's things in there that was there when you watched it the first time and you never realized it.
Oh yeah.
I do that all the time. And now I'm wondering about these frequencies, if they could slip some stuff in on us, and then wonder why people snap. They might be.
I'll tell you
that.
This is a study. This was recorded. They took blood 2 vials of blood. All right. And, blood can't survive. So they basically had mostly dead blood cells. This blood is dying. As soon as you take it out of the moment you take it out of your existence, your body, that blood is dying. Just like anything, you cut a pear from a tree. From that, it's ticking. How much time you have to use it before it dies. So they took a vial of blood and they put it in this chamber and pumped in 432 frequency. The other chamber was nothing, silence. And they even made it even like scientifically, like there is no sound getting into this chamber. So you had A and B. The B blood that had nothing, total silence, died. Obviously, it's dead blood. They go back and they check the blood that the 432 frequency was resonating in, and check. There's a way they can check that they can count the blood cells. It was off the charts. Fact. Scientific fact. It's documented. People, even the science community is like, are you sure? It's like, that's like it's in an isolation chamber. The only thing, this blood that's different from the other blood is we're pumping in 432 frequency music to it.
Yeah.
This blood regenerated. This blood that was in silence died.
Where's the best place we could listen to 432?
You can get it all, even on the internet. Like, that's what I really enjoy. Like, we are in a revival of secret knowledge right now. I don't know if our listeners or anything, but we are. It's happening right now. It's happening. It's all over the place. Like, people are tuned. Like, they're awakening. They're awakening to all this. When people
I'll
talk
send you
about
some good ones.
Yeah, it's everywhere. And the thing is, you think you're on the cusp of something, but it's a big world, man. There's millions and millions of people, and you start looking into it, and you're like, oh well, shit. There's 5,000 people that are already on it, but that's a good thing. Like, it's an awakening. We are experiencing an awakening. We are questioning the narrative. We're questioning the narrative that we've been given our whole lives. And we're starting to look like, because not all of it's making sense anymore.
Roger, I'm beginning to wonder now if maybe that was the frequency that Conway sung in, because that sure does affect me.
Well, I just put in 432 on Spotify. So it's got 432 Hertz songs, healing music, sleep music. Yep. Then down here, I want to look at more. It says 432 Hertz famous songs. So I see Phil Collins' face on one of them.
I'm telling you, Conway Twitty's on there somewhere.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this much.
I pull mine up on YouTube. And I've got some good ones. I've sent Kain some before, and he sent me some. I listen to them at night whenever I go to sleep.
When you hear Mozart composed his music in 432.
Really?
Yep. All actually, before, let me get this straight here. The Rockefellers, everything before that was 432.
Oh.
They came in and said, we need to make a worldwide standard. All the orchestras, everything, they changed it to 440, which is a higher pitch. It's 432. So you're only talking 8 degrees musically. All right. Yeah. So you're tuning your guitar up a little bit tighter for 440 to get that resonance. All right. That every chord, E, G, A, B, D, C, there's only that many chords, you know. You're just tuning it up to a different frequency. So I don't know, the way I would describe it is it just makes it's more uneasy. So
if I tune my guitar
up to where 432 is more relaxed. The strings are more like the music you're experiencing. It's just more relaxed.
So if I tune my guitar to 432 instead of 440, then my dog and wife won't run to the other side of the house, right?
Yeah, that's right. It depends on how you play it. But
we expect you to tune it into that before the meet and greet, and then we're going to have
432.
I'm horrible.
Try to do one song in 440 and one song in 432.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, I've been thinking. I know this is not a new thought, but some of these frequencies, we tried to go out and play some the other night after dark in one of our areas, but we didn't have any signal. So what I've got to do is I've got to download some, to the phone or whatever, and then what frequency would you start with? Because I know you've done this.
432.
Okay.
I have a whole thing of tuners, which you'll see. I've already done it. I've already got downloaded where I go up to certain structures, so that's where I'm heading now, because I do believe this, and this is a big jump for what a lot of people probably listening where they're at. But there's a reason and a place and a time for that specific structure, and I do all the homework that you have to do, the lengths of the sticks, the where it's at in the universe, what can I gather from this, and then I take it to the frequencies, and I have a whole thing of tuners of all the different ones. And I admit I'm just playing right now, but I'll hit 432, and I'll admit this now. I don't know do we have any listeners left? Is there anybody still listening?
82 people still in here. Thank you guys, by the way.
How many?
I love you guys. I've been reading the comments. I will tell you this. When I told you last week, I did a bunch of videos on this structure. As I was walking to it, I had a tuner. And I was hitting my 432 all the way there. Same kind of thing that I do with drums. When I play my drums out in the woods. But I put it out there. I got a very significant tree knock. I just didn't get it. I did not get it on video. And I'm okay with that. I think there's certain things that are meant for you and not for the share or whatever. Now I'm really going to deep dive into that later, because I feel like some of the stuff that has happened around my cabin was meant for me. It was right there. I mean, it's not like it was put there for me to recognize it, for me to make some discernments on it, to recognize what it is and take that next step. And I believe it was for me. I don't believe it was to be shared. I believe that was for me to grow. And the reason I'm talking about all this crazy stuff now is because after all these years of Sasquatch, when I start paying attention to what has been left for me, many aspects of it is pointing me here. That's
so.
Leave it. Don't believe me. I don't care, because it's my journey. This is what has been shared to me. Like, this message wasn't shared out to the United States. This was put 40 yards from my cabin that I couldn't miss. That message for me was for me to figure out. That message was for me, for my own personal growth. and I have followed that. And I don't know what it is. Is it a freaking? I don't know, but I'm going to follow it.
So
that's all I can tell you. Is I will follow it.
Misty and Greg, I'm sorry, Kain. I got a thought and I can't bite my tongue.
No, you're fine.
No, but when you talk about things that the ideas pop up, and I'm way behind everybody. But like Greg sometimes has activity around his place, and Misty has activity. Next time that happens, pay attention to maybe what kind of music or TV shows you were watching at the time, and see if that may have spurred some of that.
Well, the comments just said, Kain, it's called a path. And that strikes a chord with me because some of the things I find, I believe are an Easter egg. More than anything else. Because when I find stuff out in the woods, I don't equate it all to Sasquatch. What I equate it to, when I find something that's really mind-boggling, is a Easter egg in this thing called life that says you are on the path. So thank you for that comment because I agree 100%. That is telling you. It's like when you're looking up at the sky at night and you see a star twinkle and you look back at it and you're like, did that star just twinkle at me? I am saying yes, it did. It twinkled at you. And that star is telling you that there's more than meets the eye.
Misty, how much have we talked about? It's like our past has been pushed together.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, 100%. I believe it. I think we have all come together for a reason.
Yeah.
Well, do you think people would be interested in knowing what the ancients thought about that cycle?
Sure. Hell with them. I'm interested. You tell me. They're there.
There is, like, again, it's stuff I want to jump into, but there is a process explained very intricately, the life you lived and what happens when you die and what you can do. And it's, I guess you would call it esoteric knowledge, but I do want to do a whole thing on that because I think it's important. And it's even beyond, like, it's before the Egyptians, but it resonated with me when I learned it. I'm like, wow, if you could do that, if you can do that process and you actually do it and you're not fighting anything, it's not, because the really, really, Cliff Note version is when you die, you're confused. Like, oh my God, I just died. Here's my body. I'm traveling towards the light. There's esoteric knowledge that gives you a hint of, like, you don't have to go into the light. You can stop that process and you can ask, whom do I serve? Which goes back to, who have you served your entire life? And that entity will come, and then you can have a discussion before you get into the light. Now, the only reason I'm saying this is because what you were talking about is going into some religion that talks about a cycle of past lives and stuff, that we're reincarnation. That's a whole religion. So there's also, within that religion, how do you break free from it? And that's what I'm referring to. Whether it's true or not, hell, I don't know. I don't know if I've died. Maybe I've died many times. Still scares me now, though. But I'll take that information, and I hope I'll remember it when the time comes.
Well, what you was talking about too, Roger, about like the TV shows and stuff like that we watch, if it makes a difference. It seems like when we have something happen around us, I don't know about Greg, but it seems like I don't have to be watching TV or whatever. I can be at his house, I can be here at my house, and most of the time I'm doing something that makes me happy. I'm either working in my garden or just like at Greg's house, I'm sitting out there with them on the porch and we're laughing or we're
Yeah.
sitting around a campfire. I can giggle out, y'all, and it seems like I mean, I'm not bragging by no means. I'm just saying, like, I've just got to laugh. I can't control it. When I giggle out, a
living
lot of
freer
times,
than
I'll
most.
hear something.
You're
Do what?
living freer. You're living freer than most people, though.
That's exactly. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Hey, when we were out here on my porch that night, we were having like the Super Bowl of playing Jenga and stuff like that on the porch, and we hadn't had that night. We hadn't had hardly nothing. Just a few little sounds that we weren't sure about, and it was me and Donna and Sherry and Misty and I can't remember. Yeah, Caitlin and Hunter was out there, I think. Anyway, y'all, somebody thumped the tower thing over, and Misty, of course, she was laughing louder than anybody. But y'all, it got these boogers tore up. I'm talking about like boom, it hit, and they were doing some screaming. So,
100%.
It's good energy. You're putting good vibes out into the universe when you're happy.
Which has frequency.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
There's a frequency for that. You play happy vibes for your plants will grow.
Misty, that goes back to you talking about it when we go to the LBL. Misty's wanting everybody to do some karaoke at the LBL. We're going to have to figure out how to adjust the frequency.
I think getting out and having a good time is, I mean, we may not know there's anything around, but I think it'll bring stuff around.
But you're putting out something. You're putting out something out to the ethers, and you got a whole group that's out there with their camos on, with guns, ready to shoot something. That's putting out a frequency too. Or, what would you do? I work part of my existence in the ghetto. That's where I work. I work right outside the ghetto. I have to go get gas, and I feel that vibe when I get out of my car to pump gas. Every time I have to go and do something, I feel the vibe of the ghetto. It's a physical thing you can feel. So what's the vibe we're putting out on these camps? Are we putting a vibe out that we're having a good time and just, free loving, or are we putting out a vibe that we're looking to kill something?
No.
Many times I've talked to Eric about this. When we're in the woods and we're tracking something, we're on a trackway. I've talked to him like, how do you think they're seeing us right now? Not so much when we're just going, but when we're onto something, are they looking at us like hunters? What vibe are we putting off? Because we're focused now. Our demeanor changes. We have a mission. I'm in my back of my mind, I'm thinking they see that. They know we're on. They know that we've noticed and we are on their trail. If they're watching, I don't know if they are, but if they were, our demeanor changes. It goes from this to this, and there's a feeling. I know there's a feeling because I feel the feeling.
Well, so Ray said something just now that she can't be around a lot of people. I feel the same way. I do it, but I feel the same way. So I never thought about this. So maybe people that are in tune with other people or these frequencies or whatever may confuse us a little bit. We're out of our element. I mean, if you're around, like today, I was around probably 12 adults and some kids, and I didn't like it. I like the people, I just didn't like it. So then from that thought, we went to Wyoming for the first time about 3 years ago, and I felt so free out there because there wasn't as many people. There's 500,000 people in Memphis, Tennessee. There's 500,000 people in Wyoming. It's just I felt so free. So much so that we went back the next year, because that week, that 10 days or 7 or 8 days we were there, there was no that claustrophobic feeling. It was just openness and that fresh air. And
Roger, was it the positiveness of being able to pass gas and nobody calling you out?
you better be careful. The wind's blowing 40, 50 miles an hour, so you better turn the right way.
No doubt.
You're describing what an empath feels. That's what
Kain,
an empath feels more of people's energy. That's why.
It took me years, because Misty knows. She probably knows longer than I have. But Kain, if you told me a sad story right now, if Kain told me a sad story, I'd feel it tomorrow. Something was going on, I'd be worried about it, because it just, and I have to get away every now and then. It don't take long.
Yeah.
Just to recharge.
You gotta watch who you're around. You got to watch who you let touch you, like who you shake hands with, who you hug, because Ray's exactly right. Robin Ward, she said, her fur babies make her happy. Y'all hug your dogs, hug your goats, your cats, whatever animals you got, your chickens. I love my chickens. I hug them. I don't care. If it makes you happy,
we can turn it.
You get that energy. Go barefooted, walk around your yard, hug a tree, lay down on the ground. See how much better you feel after you do that. I promise you, you will feel better.
And on the other side of that, if you see somebody and you can tell they're having a bad day, just make a comment to them, something positive.
Oh yeah, a lot of times you never know what small comment you make somebody to just give them a little bit of a smile or a laugh could change the whole day.
Just acknowledge them. Yep.
Yeah. That just happened this last week. We go to a lot of same places at work, and one of the waitresses there, for years now, we go there once every 2 weeks for sure. And I could just tell as soon as we were there, she was off. She was having a bad day. It's just not her.
Yep.
So we had our meal and stuff, and I gave her a $20 tip. And she saw it. She acknowledged it. And I said, nah. I said, it just looked like you needed it. And I could see her holding back the tears. I didn't ask, but that appreciation, like you can see when someone's off their game. She was dealing with something. I have no idea what it was, but I saw it. I felt it. And that was, it was a 50% tip, but I felt she needed it, and in a really just little way, just saying, I can tell, you just look like you need it. I don't need to pry. I don't need it. And you can see it, like her demeanor changed. It's just this release. And, she gave me a quick hug and did her thing. But you can feel that stuff. You can feel when someone's having a bad day.
And that made you feel good for 5 minutes. It probably lasted a week for her.
Maybe, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just, yeah. And the reason I know that is because I've had it happen to me where people I didn't even know was like, hey, how you doing? You all right? Yeah, I'm doing okay. Well, then they make a nice, just say something and go on. And I try to learn from that. So
I don't worry about money. I don't. I go, every decision I make is based off of just like that. I don't worry. I for 20 years now, I don't worry. I just feel like I'll be provided for, and stuff comes up. Right now, two different things. My son needs some help on his car. That's like $1,900. My mom needs her brakes. Who knows? That's probably going to be $1,200. I will not even think twice about it. It's like, I got it. Or, you're out with a bunch of people and you feel that that to be compelled. I've got everybody. I've got their dinner. I did not worry about that. And to this date, today has never come back to haunt me. I live in a moment. Like if I feel compelled to help someone out, I will. I won't even think twice about it. I don't care. I don't care. It's like, that's how I feel right now. Like that's what this person needs something. Now I don't give money out to everybody, but when I feel that, when someone, they don't ask, but when you have that compulsion in your heart to do something, I just like, I'll pay for it.
Well, and you're just doing positive things.
Yeah.
You're spreading positivity, in that way. And I have,
I believe the universe rewards you for that, though.
I think so.
I believe even if it puts you in a pinch today, it's remembered.
And it's different.
Last 20 years, I'm not worried about that shit. I don't worry about my finances.
It's karma, bitches.
Well, I next say how many thousand times did y'all say karma play out?
And it's like Misty jumps on her tractor, go down and help a neighbor out. And Greg, like, I didn't shoot you today, so
Yeah. It's a win for everybody.
Well, here, you want to dive into something? Here's the thing. I see this a lot on social media right now, especially with men. There's this narrative being top G. You've heard that, right? Who's top G? Here's what you got to do. You got to treat women like shit. All women, you got to go out in life, do all these things as a man. I think it's all horseshit. I think it's all slavery. The only true freedom you have in life is if you need nothing. I feel like I'm a slave to my environment right now, but I have enough knowledge right now. Unfortunately, I didn't get it till later in life. I wish I had it when I was 20. I wouldn't need nothing. I would be out there right now. I don't need that. I don't need this world. I don't need, like, who says that you have, as a God's creation, you're born into this world, that you have to pay for a house, that you have to pay for water, that you have to pay for your food, that you have to pay for electricity. You have to pay for social media. You have to pay for a car. You don't need any of that. That's what we're not born to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's freedom. True freedom. If you want it all, you can have nothing. That is the full circle.
Yeah.
The only way to attain true freedom, to have it all, is to have nothing.
Yeah.
Squirrels don't have nothing. Deer don't have nothing.
Yeah.
They have it all.
The biggest epiphany that I had this week was when I realized that me and Corn Pop would have probably been friends.
Hell to the no. No.
Corn Pop?
Corn Pop. You remember Biden was talking about Corn Pop last man, and he was going to take out Corn Pop. I think Corn Pop would have been buddies.
And he's the good guy, wasn't he?
Yeah. Corn Pop was the good dude.
I want to come out with my own brand of moonshine called I Shine. Yeah.
Well,
with some psychedelic mushrooms in the mix.
Well, if you do that,
your eyes shine for real.
Kain, if you do that, they sell it, well, different parts of the country, but we've had it here for years and years. Sundrop. Everybody grew up on Sundrop. So I always take a little moonshine, a little Sundrop, makes a little sunshine. So we can have a mixed drink off of that.
Yeah, it can't be marketable, man. It ain't legit. It ain't legit if it's in a store. It's got to be like totally from the woods. But with ginseng, that's what I'm thinking.
Ginseng?
Yeah.
Hey, I can help you.
I have some good stuff on that.
Yeah.
Hey, my cousin that passed year before last that used to make Well, he was the last known one in our family that made Wildcat whiskey. But every year he'd go dig ginseng, and he'd always pour him up a few quart jars, and he'd take those ginseng roots, he'd scrape them, and he'd pack that jar with ginseng and fill it up with Wildcat. He'd go over and spin the lid off, and he'd get him a drink of that ginseng whiskey.
Rocket fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, here's my story. God, I got to get back to it, because when I was into that, I had built a still in my garage, 75-gallon stainless steel still, not in production yet, but I had all the materials because of my work. I built this elaborate thing. It filled up my whole garage. You know, this is a still of the ages. And I'm sitting there, and I get a knock at the door, and there's no less than 30 police.
Oh, no.
And my son had gotten, they were looking for my son at the time. He had gotten into some trouble. So I'm talking to them, and they're looking for him. They want to go like check his room. They went and check the property and all this shit. I'm sitting there thinking, I have a 75-gallon still in my garage. Right? How am I going to explain this? And I just thought, well, I will tell them it's a pond ornament if they ask. But I can tell you that they went through the whole house, every room of the house, the basement, all the way upstairs. They checked all around the property.
Look at that.
They never, ever, not one out of 30 of them, never looked in the garage to see a full functioning still, like ready to go. And it was like it was invisible to them. And that was the last time I cut it up. And that's the last time I did it. But now where I live now, I truly believe you could shoot someone out here in the property, and they can go through the cycles of rot, and no one's ever going to find them. So yeah. I want to get back into it.
We can make so much, like we can make 2 gallons for personal use, but if you get any bigger than that, we were at a birthday party 2 weeks ago, I think, and this, I'm not going to say who it was. This guy I know, he left, and I noticed he was gone. He came back, and I said, "Where did you go?" He said, "I'm mashing in." And I'm like, "You still doing that?" He said, "I never stopped." Like,
to me, I just want to know how. Everything. It's not, I don't want a production. I just want to know how. I want to know how to make moonshine. All right. I have a need to know. That's what drove me for that. I have a need to know how to flint nap. I need to know all these primitive things. Whether I ever use them in my life or not, I just have to know it.
Right.
And the only way to know it is to go through the process, like a hide, and use only ancient technology. And Dixie Cryptid, when he did that documentary on us, he's like these guys, it's almost like they want to do everything the hard way. And he was right. It was like, that's just me. I want to know, if there's nothing else there, what can the earth provide me to do this? How did they used to do it? That is like something that drives my soul in life. I don't care. Like, I don't want to use a lighter. I want to know how they did it. Plain and simple. I want to train myself, whether I ever use it in real life or not. I just want to know that I can do it. All knowledge that is
power.
Yeah, I just want to know that I can do it. That's what drives me. The medicinals, all the edibles, all the stuff that I do. And research is just because I want to know. It's curiosity. That's it.
Look, y'all, even growing up, this is like sitting around a campfire to me, because we would have I would try to have conversations and learn from people. Then we'd get in arguments about the dumbest things. But I was explaining one night. I was about 19 years old, explaining to a bunch of guys on a creek bank about the speed of light and all that, and I almost got my cousins and everybody almost whooped me. I was saying things that they didn't agree with, and I'm like, all right, guys. But we did have some really amazing discussions, and this is so much fun to me. And I bite my tongue all the time because y'all know I can't keep my mouth shut, Misty. But I appreciate.
Hey.
I appreciate Kain.
That goes back to the ancient pyramid. That's based off the speed of light. As soon as you said it, I'm like, I should have mentioned that. That fraction of time that the pyramid was built in, going through that fraction is based off the speed of light. Now, how would they have known that? And as the Earth travels around the sun, and that fraction, that decimal of how long from point A to point B would be is exactly what the pyramid was.
Wow. That is crazy.
I get it.
Raining like
I'm going all the
is it
time.
raining there?
Yeah, can you hear it?
No, I hear it out here. It's coming down.
And I feel I'm an idiot,
Yeah,
I feel like so much to learn.
Well, I've always felt that way.
Time.
Yeah. I've always felt there's so much more to know out there, but like growing up rural Tennessee, I mean, we didn't I think we had encyclopedias at one point, and I've got some from the 60s now, and I would rather trust some of the stuff in those encyclopedias than what you see on the internet.
Did those encyclopedias tell you the difference between a boy and a girl?
No, my mom and daddy did, or somebody did back a long time ago.
I'll share this with you guys. On House of Enoch, I'm building up the episode 500. If I just didn't self-evaluate the video, I make videos all the time. All right. I could have had episode 500 3 months ago, easily. But I will make a video. I'll do all the work. It's like 5 hours. I'll edit it. I'll get it ready. And before I hit send, I will listen to it the next day. And a lot of times I just delete it. I'm like, no, I'm going to piss some people off. That I don't care about pissing people off, but I do know there's people that I care about deeply. That that might come off to them a certain way, and I don't want to do that. I should. It could be one phrase, freaking one phrase out of because usually when I do a video, even if it's 15 minutes, I've had like 15 of those because I'll just do until I feel like there's one that's right. And all that work, and if I can review that and think that I might hurt someone's feeling, one person's feelings, I won't do it. And that's just because, like, a lot of the people that have followed me have been following me for over a decade.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to hurt them. I'm not trying to do that. And the only reason I mentioned that is because I had a whole video, like, I was bashing the scientific community as it pertains to Bigfoot. And I'm like, you want me? You're the big saviors out there. How can I trust you when the same establishment that taught me what a boy and a girl is, now the same establishment is teaching you? I didn't change. You taught me what there is to know out there. The difference between a boy and a girl. Now the narrative has changed. All right. okay, I spoke on that, but then I went back and thought, because there's people out there, I don't want to hurt their feelings. I like, it's easy enough for me to just, that all that time is not worth hurting one person's feelings, because that's what is, I would never speak to them. They're my friends. So I weigh that. I weigh my words very heavily. Even you guys know. I know Misty. Spencer hates me because I weigh my words. When he asks me questions, I weigh them. I think about everything I say before I say
No,
it.
Spencer hates you because you talk to me more than him. He
Well-
said, I've known him longer. You're last.
Spencer's the equal opportunity offender. He'll offend anybody at any time.
I love Spencer. I love him. He's just there's certain topics that I can't get with him yet. There's many, like,
He's not.
you want to talk about making knives and metallurgy and martial arts. You could talk to Spencer all night long, even survival stuff. Even though I pick on him for some of his survival skills, and he's got his girls filming him and he's yelling at them, and it's comical. But I love him. I do. But there's other realms where he's looking at me like, what the F are you talking about?
The stuff that we talked about tonight is the kind of stuff that we sit and talk about. That's why me and Kain talk.
Kain's gonna be like Mr. Miyagi, and Spencer, he's gonna be Daniel-san.
Yeah.
Well, if I go 2 days without Spencer saying something mean to me, I text him, "Are you okay?"
That's what we worry about it.
Yeah.
Hey, look, y'all look how much we've toughened him up, especially me and Misty in the last year and a half.
Yeah.
It's got a lot.
You gotta love him, though. I swear, he is such a good guy. He really is. We give him a lot of shit on here, y'all, but I'm telling you, he would, any way possible, do anything he could for any of us, any of y'all. He's a good-hearted guy.
I truly look forward to every time I get to actually hang out with him. And I have a lot in the past, but yeah, I love it. I love Spencer.
Me and Misty both would fight a bear for him. I mean, probably not a grizzly or a polar bear, bear bear, gummy bear. We're down.
I would fight a koala bear for him. I'm there. Koala bear, they're done.
Yeah, koala. Yeah, I would take.
I would just lead him in the other direction. But yeah, I do that for him for sure.
Yeah, hey, y'all, I'm not kidding. He's we look at him as family. I mean, that's just it. I mean, he's family, and he is one of the best hearted dudes you can ever be around. Now, look, he's like me. He's rough around the edges, but look, the middle, he's soft and gooey.
Well, he asked the right question.
I think we all know. I mean, like you got to be pretty tough and be able to take shit to hang out with this crowd. I'm just going to tell you.
Well, before all this, when Spencer came around, he was just some guy that could articulate his questions. That's why we fell in love with him, because he admitted, he's like, I don't know shit, but I've got, like, he was thinking about what we were throwing down. And that's all, that's, I don't want to talk to someone that has a preconceived notion. I don't want to waste my time, because most people just want the answer, the end. I want people that are thinking on, like, okay, here's where you're at. With my experience, if you give me the right answers, I can steer you, like, here, I remember being there. Now I can suggest to you, like, where this might lead you. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying this is my experience. When you come across this is what you should do. And Spencer had the right, like, when he came across those things, he had the right mentality, like to understand what I was putting down.
Well, thing about him, he's very, very eager to learn. I mean, really, he is. But hey,
Yeah.
wait, wait,
Yeah.
you
You
can't.
have to earn it. Everybody has to.
The thing about him,
That can piss people off, but there is a method behind that. Like, and I'm not saying my knowledge, whatever. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is you have to go through the process to learn, because that's the only way you can respect it. Because if I said everything I know about this subject to everybody in public, you can start from 0 to here, which is an equivalent of what, 13 years or whatever. You won't respect it. The journey, like the things that are revealed to you at this time, when it is revealed to you, you have respect for that. Like, I would never shoot these damn things. Like, that's the part that I avoid. I don't tell people how it's easier to find them. I don't tell people a lot of clues of their trackways and what they do and how you can look in the woods. You can scan 1,000 miles of woods and look over in one section and be like, they're there. It's that evident. But I'm not going to do that to someone that hasn't walked the walk, because they won't respect it. Because part of the journey is, once you finally get there and you have that epiphany, it's like you have to have respect. Like, God, okay. That's why they've been around for so long. That's why we still don't know much about them, is because you've earned that. And once you earn that knowledge, no person that earns the knowledge will come back and say, yeah, I'll just put a fucking bullet in them. That doesn't happen. Ever. Because you recognize the struggle. You recognize what's left behind. You recognize a species of, what I often say is, you're looking for signs of humanity out in the woods. Not a gorilla, not this and that. You're looking for signs of humanity, something that has opposable thumbs, fingers, thought, very much like us. Look for that. Signs of humanity. Which every time you will find that, you'll always have that little thing in your head that says, well, a human could do that. Well, what the hell are we looking for? We're looking for something that has hands, that thinks like us, that walks upright. They're going to do things that's similar to us. That's what you should be looking for. That's what puts you on the trail, on the trackway. You have to look for that. What's being manipulated in nature, that's a lot more like us than we care to admit. And when you do that and you walk that, and it's your blood, it's your time and sweat that's put you there, because you've earned that. You will never get on Facebook and say you're going to shoot one of these things. You will respect it, because it will take you to the edge of what you can do just to keep up.
Saying that, having the experience I did a long time ago, and then looking for these things, finding tracks, and having caught some on audio, and there was one particular time that made this. It didn't change things, but it made me realize what you just said about them being kind of like us. Was when I heard, talking to Kumbo and him giving me some advice and everything, and what I think was an interaction between a young one and a mom. And when I heard that, it floored me. I had to think about it for a while. but then you start thinking about it's more than just a Bigfoot. It's a family. It's little ones. It's moms and dads and stuff. And I haven't brought that up before, but as that became clear to me, it kind of changed my thought process on what these things might be. And I don't know if that makes sense or not, but when I heard it with my ears, and it took me a couple weeks to process, you're right. Before we were just going out and trying to get Peyton where he could see one of these big monkeys, but hearing that interaction was really, it was like I was ready for it. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but transition.
When you hear them, one of these days, if you ever hear them talk to each other, that's absolutely life changing. Or if you hear them and it sounds like kids playing and giggling and laughing and chasing each other through a thicket, running wide open, and you can hear like mumbling, but the main thing you're hearing, it sounds just like kids. I mean, it's laughter, it's giggling,
playing and having fun, showing emotion and all that.
Dude, it might as well have been a playground in those trees where I was at, and it was a growed up thicket full of briars, honeysuckles, vines, just a growed up mess. And these things are crashing through that. It sounds like a horse plowing through it, and I can hear them. I mean, they're like over here and then back over there and going up the hill and down the hill. Dude, this is the side of this hill probably covers 2.5, 3 acres, and they're going all through this stuff, and it's just tearing the woods apart. But it's giggling and laughing. I mean, absolute giggling.
So what did you feel like when you heard that going on and you figured out what it was? I mean, did you feel fear or?
Dude, I just sat there in awe. I mean, just sitting in awe, and I listened to this for a while. And dude, it was like 20 something degrees, and this started like probably 20, 30 minutes before dark. And when I finally, I was like, I got to get out of here because I don't know what's going to go on. But I listened to this for a while, and I wound up, I got back to I don't remember if I was in my truck or my Jeep, whatever my vehicle was. I got back to my truck or my vehicle. It was still light enough for me to see, but these things are still up there on that hill. And it's just like that, the big field that I carried y'all to.
Yeah.
It was when you go up into that big field, when you start out where my tree stands on the right out in the field, to your left in those pines, it was on the side of that slope. And them things was going, and y'all, it's a dadgum mile to anything through the woods up through there.
So what did you feel though?
Yeah.
Me?
Take out everything else. When you heard that, what did you feel?
I honestly felt like there are some young Bigfoot up here playing. They're out here playing. They're just in the woods. And I just felt like I was listening to them play. Like they were, it's honest to God, it's just like they're chasing each other. And they were just having fun, just like kids play.
See, everything else gets mucked up. That's all you need to know. Like that looks like some youngins out there playing and having a good time. Mm-hmm. That's all you need. You don't have to re-engineer the wheel. Just what you felt, because I relate to that. I've heard that. What I felt is like that sounds like someone, maybe not speaking my language, but as someone, not a gorilla, someone up there in the woods cutting up.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's how I take it. Like when I hear that and when you hear that now, sometimes you're like, no, that someone's a big son of a bitch.
Yeah.
You hear it. When I hear one out here cutting up, that is probably the alpha. You know it.
Yeah.
There's something that genetically you feel it like, there's no way in hell I'm going up on that ridge right now, because genetically I know that thing could kill me. But I recognize that is not a gorilla. That is something I recognize from the human species, closer to the human species than And I only say that because it doesn't sound like any gorilla I've ever heard or researched. This sounds like someone up there yelling that I just can't understand the words, but it sounds like a human. At the core, it sounds like something closer to us. So I just take that and I just blurt out all the rest. And I just take that feeling that I felt when I heard it, like, oh, that sounds like a human. Or that sounds like something way more closer to us than just a North American gorilla. And I'm sorry, but I do believe that anyone that dedicates that much time, has spent that much time studying this subject for real, not just like an internet sleuth that just shares other people's shit. Someone that actually does this, they will come to the same conclusion. They will come to the same conclusion, and we've seen it now. We have some history here. You see where people started, and then they kind of go, they make a left turn.
Yep.
Anyone that's seriously doing this are going to make that left turn. And that's usually when the public, like, okay, he went woo, he went a different direction. That's when they tune them out. But why is it that everyone that diligently does this finally because the evidence before you, you're analyzing it, was like, okay, the rest of it doesn't make sense. So now I have to broaden my horizons. And I'm not saying anything woo. I'm just saying it's more than a freaking gorilla. I can guarantee you that. It's more than a freaking gorilla. But there's people that will die on that hill. They'll go to the end of their days. They are going to die on the hill that this is nothing more than a gorilla. So people I really respect that will die on a hill. And privately, we will have these confrontations and these fights. And I'll be like, you are out of your freaking mind. Show me the evidence that you've collected that just says these are nothing more than a freaking gorilla. Because I will say that you got 60 some years of evidence saying that it's not. Open your freaking eyes. If it was just a gorilla, we would have found them in the Americas. They got to be smarter than that.
Yes.
Or just throw it all out the window. We're all crazy and we're all seeing things. One or the other, but don't tell me it's a freaking gorilla.
When you take that step of them, you hearing them communicate with each other, or we've heard stories of them communicating with other people in different ways. You have to go further. You have to open up, and that goes to the next level. And I know a lot of people. It's like me. I've talked to so many people. I'm trying to learn, but when people are saying words and telling me stories, that's one thing. But getting out and hearing this stuff for yourself and seeing some of the things, that's, I don't know. You put it all together and it's just, it's like I've talked to people and there's things that happen in the woods that I didn't connect at all. You drank a half a bottle already?
Did I show that?
Well, it was in the freezer, wasn't it?
It was. It's brand new.
That's his tackling fuel.
That's only when the truth comes out. So it's kind of a.
Well, I've talked to a few people that y'all might have been there when describing the difference between a tree knock and a mouth pop. Now I hear it. Before I didn't know, but I go back in that.
I've heard, like we talked about the mouth pops. I've heard mouth pops, and I've also heard clicks. I mean,
it sounds like rocks, or it sounds like doing with their mouth.
Like with their mouth, but I'll tell you something else they'll do. They'll snap their teeth. Kain, have you ever heard them snap their teeth?
I've heard something do that. Yes.
Well,
100%. It sounded like electrical short.
Huh.
I can't do it loud enough for you to hear, but yes, I've heard that.
well, I heard something so weird one day that I can't explain what it was. But it was a mix between a cluck and that resonance and maybe some popping going on. But what scared me was it made up about 60 yards in dry leaves, about 50 or 60 yards in a split second. It was either two of these things or whatever it was, but I'll never forget this. Something huge was in front of me, 15 yards or so. I couldn't see it. And I didn't know what to do. My dog, she flipped out a little bit, and I just knew I had to leave. I mean, I've never heard anything that big, that close, and not be able to see it. And it wasn't like it was a jungle. I should have been able to see it, whatever it was. And it sounded like it was coming from about 8 foot up, 8 or so. And it's a sound I've never heard. And my dog didn't like it at all. So
have you
I don't
heard
know what
of
it was.
the African tribe that speaks in clicks? Have you researched that?
I haven't researched it.
Yeah. So it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I think it's
part of their
they
language.
echolocate just like bats.
Yeah. Have you seen the blind kid that learned how to echo locate, and he clicks and he rides his bike and he navigates through clicks?
Real life
He's
daredevil.
blind, but since he's blind, all his other senses took over. So he has learned echo relocation.
Wow.
Yeah.
I sleep with a fan on every night. You let somebody walk in front of that fan, I don't care if I'm asleep or whatever. The sound that makes when somebody moves in front of that fan is totally different. And I know it every time. And I'm awake. I always know, even if I don't wake up and look, somebody's walked in front of my fan because the sound changes. It's no different.
Have you heard the story? I'm sure you have, of the Native Americans that were in the military. And when they first joined the military, they made them cut their hair.
Yeah.
And that direct as trackers, that really hurt them. So they let them grow their hair back out because their hair was part of their senses. That gave them that third sense of something is awry in the area. And they let them grow their hair back out.
Wow.
Because they could feel it. They that extra sensory, whatever that was, even the military of the United States could recognize that cutting their hair was a bad idea. That was a tool. It was a tool that they had that they took from them and then decided that to give it back so they could be more effective.
Misty, we get the LBL, you can untangle all that and let it dangle. That'll be like putting aluminum foil on rabbit ears.
That's why I've been so happy, y'all. Look, I got so much hair now. It's like all my senses are just.
That's what it is. She's got the aluminum foil going. You
It's true though. About the hair.
You put beads in them?
I don't know if you can even see it. There's one I think.
Called charms.
Oh,
yeah.
Charms. I mean, dazzled hair.
Charms. Those are lucky charms.
Yep. Hey, it worked for the Celtics, is all I'm going to say.
That's right.
Let that shit go. Do your thing.
Yep.
Well, y'all, I've had fun. I'm fixing to have to go because I got to get up and go to church in the morning.
Yeah, I know. We've got a
today.
show tomorrow. We're going to have to wrap it up. Y'all, thank you for everybody.
Who's left?
Thank you, Kain, Roger, Greg. What is it?
I was just looking. Is there anyone left in the chat?
Oh, yeah.
There's 77 people still in here. And y'all,
how many?
Almost 1:30 my time. And That's amazing.
I
I mean,
apologize.
we
I
really, really
have
appreciate
been
it.
reading the messages. If anyone wants to reach out to me on Messenger, I'll be happily to answer anything. I saw a lot of them, and I just didn't get a chance to talk about them. But just reach out to me privately.
77. Oh my God.
Yeah. Hey, son, we can draw a crowd like drawing flies. Look here. We got y'all. And like I always tell everybody, big love to everybody. I'm always amazed they won't sit around and watch us or listen to us. But hey, wow. Unreal. I mean, 3.5 hours in tonight. I mean, that ain't like the Squatchin Holler telethon we did, but come on.
It took me 3 days to recover from that. It was fun.
I'm
sitting
reading
in
all
church
your
cooking,
comments. Well, the thing is the lesson learned is whatever you do that you're passionate about, do it.
Yeah.
Do it. I had a milestone this last week. It actually happened a little bit before, but House of Enoch, just an idea I had. It got over 1 million views worldwide.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Imagine that. I
Great
even
man,
researched that. I'm like, that's not true. So I went into the analytics of it, and I'm like, oh wow, it's by the time I discovered it, it's more. It's like 1.3 right now. I didn't know.
So many people searching for the truth.
All over the world. That's why I said a statement of worldwide, because when we deep dive down in, you got like people in Bangladesh, and you got people like hardcore followers.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like that are just there. And so you pick your path, and no matter what, at least with my path, that's with not selling books, not being, I've done one conference in my entire life. I'm not one of the, so when I made the comment about the cool kids, it's just because I don't get invited to the conferences. I don't get, people do stuff right here that I consider I'm very friendly with. I share information with.
Yeah.
Put together the stuff. No one in my clique ever gets invited to share information. So this is like just me. It's just me. I haven't got a dime. As a matter of fact, as far as that goes, I don't monetize any of my stuff because I feel like knowledge should be free.
Yeah.
And I bought this place right here just to do what I'm doing. I'm $260,000 in the hole. This has not. I'm not making money. Because people think, oh, you had 1 million views, you're getting money. No, I have not received a dime. And just for fact finding, 1 million views on Facebook is worth $1,000.
Wow.
14 years of what you do to get $1,000. That's not the route. So this is just a labor of love.
So Misty, your homework now is this year sometime you're gonna have to put together a conference, and Kain's gonna be there.
Hey, look,
Oh, well, I'm not gonna say nothing.
the woodwalker, the woodwalker stock, that'll be like a mini conference. So that's why Kain got
Woodwalker stock.
Yeah.
If Misty wants 1 million views, she could show her one deformed foot, then the other one. You get and just wiggle some toes. You'll probably get more views off the deformed foot, your one bad foot, than you will the good foot, because
especially like you got it.
People are used to seeing good looking feet are a dime a dozen. You know what I'm saying? You can find that, but a deformed foot with what you got going on, that one foot, that's worth some views. Probably like
Yeah,
1.6
y'all-
million views is all I'm saying.
Is
They
that from kicking
literally
that thorn bush?
aggravate me about my feet.
That one ingrown toenail you got
Boom.
going on and foot fungus.
That's probably
Hey,
some kicking stuff.
I ain't
I
saying
told her that. I was like, go walk, go feed your livestock barefoot so you can have a dirty foot up there. A deformed dirty foot? Shit, that's gold. That's liquid gold right there. Have some mud on it. All
chicken.
Let me
natural.
tell you what he
You'll
did to
you'll
me.
get a million
kicking
views
thorn.
by tomorrow. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
So look at my dirty ass foot.
I sent him.
Misty.
I sent a picture of my feet because something got said about me selling feet pics. I do not. Took a picture. And I sent it to him, and I said, "All right, first
Are
one's
you
free."
or are you
And
not
he
an
was like,
entrepreneur?
"No
Yeah,
pics."
you can make it. You can entrepreneur that. You can have my
Entrepreneur.
ugly ass, dirty, deformed foot with mud on it only site. That's all you have to do is just share that dirty ass foot every day.
Didn't Freeman get one of those casts? The old cripple foot.
Yeah, right. See, guys don't have that opportunity. You know what I mean? Girls
My
don't
feet
want
are
to
not
see
that
us
bad,
doing
y'all.
that. This is all girls have to do for 1 million views. You
When
want
you
to see
take-
my man boobs? You want
Take
to
the
see my man
chance.
boobs
Toenails.
juggling? No, it's only worth 500,000 views. You could have it in 6 million views.
I got a scar on my toe from where I stuck that damn locust thorn in my foot, and it won't go away. And now, so that's my ugly foot.
Oh my God.
That's her new name,
And
kicking thorn.
I ain't gonna lie,
Yeah.
I got some ugly toes. You know, they kind of.
Oh my God.
Well, Roger sent you what your heritage from your toes.
Yeah.
I think it was Cro-Magnon.
The bad thing, I think Misty's the same heritage that I am because I got down Fred Flintstone feet.
There you go. Yeah.
A lot of her toes look like mine. I'm like, Wanda makes fun of my feet all the time. She tells me my pinky toes look like a bullet because they're like short and pointy. My toes are like deformed on the outside toes. That's all I get shit about that. You got bullet because it's my bullet toe.
Does
Greg-
anybody take issue?
Greg, don't hit me if I call you Bam Bam at Alabama.
No doubt. Hey,
Does
my feet
anybody take issue on this? Because I do, and I don't know if I should or not. We have a historical record of people what their feet look like that have never worn
Oh,
shoes.
God.
And they don't
Yeah.
look like the Fred Flintstone
Sure.
type foot pattern
yeah. I know what you're gonna say.
that is prevalent in the Bigfoot community. And
We should all go barefooted. Shoes are bad for you guys. That is like bullshit that they have sold us to wear shoes to keep us from being grounded, y'all. Our feet are not supposed to do this in your shoes. You should naturally walk with your feet like this.
If you're not gonna be
I promise you, on my new platform, that's one of the first things that I'll talk about, and it will be a lightning rod. Actually, what that stuff that I want to talk about, the secret knowledge stuff, I probably won't share on House of Enoch, but if you go to the new platform when I release it, every one of those is going to be like a lightning rod. It's like you will. I promise you, you'll see that. And you will be like, oh damn. And that's one of them. One of the first things I want to do. That's it, because it's like phase one. What grounds you to where you're at in this place on the earth is your feet. And we cover our feet. But it goes deeper than that, with your chakras. And that's what I mean. I won't share. I'm not going to throw that down other people's throats that follow me for different reasons, but it's where all this
This is the
research
kind of
has
stuff
led
I
me.
tell them all the time.
But I have a problem. Like, if you grow up in the woods, your entire existence and your species does, your foot's going to look more like this.
Yeah. Splayed toes.
Splayed toes.
Yep.
And from my experience, only from my experience in Ohio, I can speak on what you find out in the woods is more like this than the Barney. So I don't know what they got going in California and across the country. What I know that I have seen with my eyes, my experience, is it looks way more like this. And I can show you 300 pictures of prints that look like this, even though it doesn't fit the narrative. It doesn't fit the narrative that you've been sold. That's life experience in the woods. I've never seen the Barney Rubble foot print for my own experience. I've never seen it. Now, there are certain casts that I've had that look way more human. I admit that. But the majority of them, especially the bigger they get, as they grow into the size that they are, I don't find that. And I'm not saying one way or another. I'm just questioning, like, all these footprints that are the standard for Sasquatch prints.
So
I don't know.
So the bigger one shaped a little
I
different.
can't relate to it because what I find out in the field looks different.
So are the bigger ones shaped a little different?
Joe, you got worms anyways. You're not going
The
to get
bigger
them. You
they
got
are, the bigger they are, the more splayed they are. Is
Okay.
what I see. You know, like the 24-inch prints.
Yeah.
That I got are splayed.
Well,
On
Misty,
average in Ohio, over the last 15 years, everyone that finds something that they think is a Sasquatch print is on average between 13 and 15 inches. And if you look at those prints, they're all of them are wider at the toes with a narrow heel. And now that just shows you how they're placing their foot on the earth. They could have a bigger heel, you know. That's where they displace their weight. That's the only record you're getting from a cast is how they display their weight at that moment in time. But it's not Fred Flintstone. It's something that looks like it's got the ability to use their feet way more than we do. And I don't know if there's anything about that, but it's just a red flag that I see that every time I see it, my own personal view, I don't judge people. I just like, it's not what I see in Ohio. And that's all I can do. It's just my truth. My truth. I speaking everything I've ever spoke of is something that I have experienced. That's why I don't share other people's footage and other people's Bigfoot photos on my site. 500 videos of just me and my experience.
Yeah.
I don't care about the rest of the world because I look at it, but this is just my experience. And I don't see that. I see splayed toes.
Yeah. So the tracks we found here are not splayed very much.
Mm-hmm.
But they're nowhere near as big as what you got. I mean, about 18 inches here.
now that
Pretty
one
big.
I found at
That's big as
LBL.
Shaquille O'Neal. You know Shaquille O'Neal's foot. He wears a size 21 shoe. That's his shoe size.
Yeah.
His actual foot size is 14 3/4, I think, if I remember correctly. He has about a 14. So what? It puts him at 7'2". Huge individual. So let's just say 15. A 15-inch track is about somewhat over 7 foot. So anything above that, and quarters and half inches and inches matter. It drastically changes the formula. It's
Yeah, they
6.6
do.
6.6 times 1. 6.6 to 1 is the ratio that Boston College of Dynamics put together a ratio of what the size of a human foot. So you have to put that. You have to put that in, like, it's, they're using a human measurement, which is very accurate. That's the only thing we got. We don't have a Sasquatch measurement. So that's the only thing I'm basing my information off of, is what science has told me what the ratio is for a human foot.
Yeah.
All right, look, Roger, before you go, I want to show you these right quick. This is a good one. I don't know if you can see it.
Edible wild plants. Okay.
It's got pictures, good pictures. But this one will help get you started. Look. I don't know how much you guys can see of the pictures, but it's got a good index. I've got notes and stuff scribbled in there, but that's a good one for anybody that wants to start out. That's pretty much basic for everywhere. This one is a good one.
There you go.
Department of the Army.
Yeah.
Edible wild
Yeah.
plants.
This is actually like a field guide.
Okay.
I don't want to lose any of my notes out. For anybody that wants books, these are good ones to get if you're just starting out. These are the ones I started on, so I figured they'd be good ones for you. And this one is good for our area right here.
Okay.
So
Southeast Foraging.
y'all want some good books to learn on. I know some of you guys were asking about it, so that's some good books to get you all started. But y'all, we are going to have to wrap this up. We've been, what, almost 4 hours?
What?
Misty,
And
hey, you need to go against the grain. You studied on all this and got these books. You need to do a book. It's called How to Survive Dollar General and Walmart.
Oh yeah.
no, because I don't go there. I literally, if I have to have something, JR picks it up, or like I order it. I try to stay out of town or public as much as possible. So,
Misty, what was that
You're
book I
welcome.
sent you? That is what everyone should read. Possum Living. What was the name? The
Possum
full name?
Living.
Possum.
Everybody that is listening right now, it's more than Possum Living, though. It's something like the Keys of Possum Living.
I can't remember, but yeah, no, it really did have a lot of information.
If you look for a book for Possum Living, that is one of the trademarks of starting you on your journey. And this is just a girl and her father that decided they didn't want to work for the man. And they were in Appalachia, and she just documents everything they did to get by. And not only get by, they started to thrive. And it is the best book for a starter that has so much information on it. I mean, blow you away. It'll blow you. I'm trying to. It's
Austin Long had a question. He wanted to know about your thoughts on the population in Ohio. If you had a like a guesstimate of how many you thought maybe were in Ohio.
I'm calculating right now. More than what you think. Okay, so it might be easier for me to do like the places I've really researched hard. Salt Fork. I would contend there's at least 7 individuals, at least 7 in Salt Fork as their territory, because I have seen how they build their structures and signs of their presence. There's always at least 7. So Salt Fork is northwest Ohio. That's where I started. I am way in southern Ohio now. And now I look at it as the range. The range that I'm in right now is about, I will guesstimate 20 to 50 miles is their range. Just from my own personal experience in that hemisphere, there's at least 4. I don't know how all their territories match up and stuff, but if you took kind of those numbers and populated it with the areas that they could still exist in Ohio, 1,200, something like that, per, just in Ohio, maybe more, probably more than less. And then you can kind of calculate that per state. I'm sure there's some states that just don't have them because they don't have the habitat for them. And all I can do is just give you a basis of what I've experienced. I would say between 1,200 and 3,000 just off the cuff in Ohio. And that's not a definitive answer. That's just how I feel. It's a pretty good population.
All right.
I think
Y'all,
Kain,
we
there's
really
way-
got to wrap this up.
there's
I
way-
appreciate you too, Austin. Feel free to reach out to me and catch me where I can think about it a little bit longer, but I would say somewhere in that
Roger's
range. Yeah. More than what you would expect. More than what you'd expect, less than probably what the narrative would tell you. That's all I got.
All right.
Sorry.
No. Y'all, if we wasn't doing a show in the morning, trust me, we would keep going. But like, I'm not even going to get into it. Spencer's like, oh, you better be up early in the morning. You got to make thumbnails and put videos together. Well, why the shit didn't you send me all this tonight for me to do instead of waiting until in the morning?
Well, hey,
I like to
who's
sleep
coming,
in on Sundays.
I'll just let Spencer do it.
who's coming tomorrow? What are we doing tomorrow?
I don't know. He don't tell me nothing.
Well, how are you gonna do a thumbnail? if
All
you
I
don't
know is we're supposed to have the show. Hey, look, that's what I said. How am I supposed to do the stuff? If he's like, well, I'll send it all to you in the morning. I got a feeling in the morning, like, see, I done a show tonight, so you and Spencer can handle it tomorrow.
Oh no, you ain't getting out that easy. And look, I expect those dreadlocks to be flowing.
Yeah. Don't you normally go to bed at like 5 in the morning anyway?
No, well, yeah, most of the time.
Most of the
No,
time I got to check out.
it'll be raining
work
tomorrow.
nights, I got to check out at 11. That's it.
Well, let's see.
Well,
If I
folks,
check out at 11, that gives me 5 hours of sleep. That's it.
Unless I get him going, and then
The Misty gets
like,
talking, then
he's
I
like,
have
oh well,
an hour and a half of sleep, and I still have to get up
Dragging
be.
ass the next day.
No doubt.
Yeah. Eating mushrooms.
Yeah.
You should just close it out. Is anyone left watching?
They still a bunch
Yeah,
of-
well, every time I say we're leaving, like people leave,
They go,
and they start.
yeah.
But
like
no,
this.
as of right now, there's still 67 people.
Oh,
It-
shit.
it's a trick, y'all. She's just saying who's the most dedicated out of the bunch.
Yeah.
They're hanging
Hey,
in.
we've got some that hangs
right.
in here, y'all. Let me tell
Right.
you. Like they
Love all of you. Sorry, this was really off the cuff. So nothing
I've enjoyed it,
prepared, just talking.
Yeah. Ain't nothing
I
like
had
it.
a ball, y'all.
Yeah.
If anybody's got any more questions or whatever, right quick before we go, we are wrapping it up.
We are at the 10 minutes to midnight. 10 minutes to midnight. That's a government
No, I
term.
don't
by
know
the way.
10 minutes to 2, y'all
I
tell
was
me.
gonna say, I don't know what the hell time zone you're on, but it's almost 2:00 here.
I'm just saying, 10 minutes to midnight is a nuclear calendar, how close we are to nuclear war.
Yeah.
Sometimes we're at 8
Speaking
minutes.
of
sometimes we're
calendars,
at 6 minutes. But the part that's
got
screwed
one
up
for
is
you.
it's always 10 till. No matter what, we're always at 10 minutes to midnight.
Yeah.
All right.
how
Did you
how
watch
many of
Tucker?
y'all know
Did you
that
watch
like
Tucker
really?
Keaton?
Billy
What?
Chillick's going to be in there with us always.
Yeah. What about the Gregorian calendar? Like who knows about that? About how they changed all of our shit up trying to mess with us. We can't get on this. I've got to go.
I'm going to. I promise anyone that's still
Do it.
listening, when I get on my new site, I am going. There's only 10 months that are recognized. 10, not 12, 10. I will address this. There is only 9 numbers. I will address this. There's a lot. If you want to get your head wrapped around what the hell happened to us, it's a long story. And there's a lot of different avenues. But we can get through it. But we have to just start small, piece by piece by piece by piece. And I don't want to, I'm not trying to say like I know it all. I'm just saying I've been studying that for 20 years. And I feel like now I'm ready to kind of at least share what I know. That rings a bell, which some I know it's true. And some of it's going to completely, absolutely piss people off. I'm not saying that's the truth. I'm just saying what the ancient teachings. So I'm prepared for that, though. I'm just going to say what they thought. What did they think 5,000 years ago? That's the narrative that they were thinking. You don't have to believe it, but it's good to know. It's good to know. Wherever your conscience lands on that, it's still good to know. Because if you hear the whole story, it gives you a broader perspective of who you are and where you came from and what's your purpose. And that's it.
There is so
That's
much stuff they have
what they're
tried
trying
to
to convey.
take from history.
Well, look what's been deleted out of the Bible.
Why do you think I named my site House of Enoch?
Yeah.
It was deleted out of the Bible. It's
Exactly.
hidden information. I was texting Misty earlier. My my 500th episode of House of Enoch was determined when I started this. The actual date. From 0 through 500, it was predestined. And I want to share a little bit about that, how deep this goes, because I hope it's a stepping stone. Like, holy shit, this wasn't a whim. This was pre-planned from the get-go. And that's what it was. Everything. It all ties in. My name, my birthright. The reason I named the site House of Enoch, numerology, and the date it has to end, that chapter, I shouldn't say end, but that chapter has to close on an exact date so I can move forward. And hopefully I hope I can present that to where it sinks in. But that was the plan all along, since like 2011. So, and I didn't come up with this on my own. It was just back in 2011, this thought arrived to me, and I just thought, I wonder if I could do this. I wonder if I could create this thing from start to finish and know when the finish line is. The exact date. So, as crazy as that sounds, like using numerology and mathematics through the timeline, it has to end. Video 500 has to end on this date. That's what gives it the most power to turn the page to the next chapter and try to explain that to everyone. Like, okay, even though when I was doing this journey, I didn't know this. But now that I can reflect, I can show you all, I can show everything about this. Why I did it, what this journey means, why it has to end on this date, and what the new beginning entails. And it's beautiful. It's not an end. It's another beginning. At the end of the day, it's just another beginning. But there's power in that. When you and a lot of this is I'm using Enochian code and angel code, astrology, and just doing the research. Like, oh, I started this on this specific date. So if I look at all these resources that has been guiding me, and what would be the best date to give the most power, and they have a rating. They have a rating. So it's the exact same thing that NASA does. NASA picks the date that they are going to launch a launch. It's not just one day. It's a variety, but it's going to be on one of these dates for success. Now I'm trying to tie that in a little bit and convey this is how they do it. So hopefully, House of Enoch had this bloom. There was things discovered, and then there's a close of that chapter, if that makes sense. That chapter is going to close so we can go on to the next chapter. But what is the next chapter? It is what you've learned. So it's not a retirement at all. It's a continuation. Does that make sense?
Perfect sense. It's
okay.
beautiful.
To me, it makes sense.
I think it's awesome.
Some people,
when we
I
talk
try to
about
convey this
before,
to some people, and they say, "Oh, he's retiring." And I'm like, "That's not what I said." Just because I am not 365 days of the year focused on this. Doesn't mean I'm retiring. It's just I'm being more like what is my focus 365 days a year. Like me and Greg were talking, it's not every day that Sasquatch is banging on your cabin. So what are you doing? What are you researching on those other days? And the people that are honest, like Greg and I, are telling you how it is. It hasn't been active for a year here. I'm for sure it will be active again, but you report on your reality. So what are you doing outside that? Nothing's going on here. Well, I'm doing what I'm passionate about. That's what all the new sites will be about. And it all ties into that anyway. Way more than anyone will accept. I promise you that. Way more than they're ready to accept.
Yeah.
That's why I said earlier that it's like a Easter egg in a video. Because logically, Sasquatch should not be able to do this. Logically, if you interpret what the message you're receiving, I don't even know how humans can do it. So maybe it's just the universe saying, pay attention, you're on the path. Take the path. You don't know who's doing what. You don't know if it's a Sasquatch or whatever, or maybe just the universe or the simulation. You know what I mean? Something is afoot. I promise you that. I can prove that. Something is afoot.
Misty, what I've took out of this is Kain's going to retire like a caterpillar into a butterfly.
If I live long
That's
enough,
what
I'll have
happens
good
when you get
luck, too.
old.
Yeah. If I live long enough, I will be the guy with dreadlocks. I promise you that. Barefoot, dirty feet, hermit. I want nothing more. I want nothing more.
Yo,
Be that guy.
there's so much I'm not gonna lie. Like, I have had a lot of hairstyles. A lot. Like, probably the only thing I haven't done is shaved my head. Wait for it. Just say this has been my favorite one. It's so freaking fun. I absolutely love it.
What are you going to do?
Do what?
What are you going to do when the goats start chewing on it?
I wouldn't doubt it. It's more than just, I know, I'm sure I'm going to catch shit from a lot of people about, oh, look at that white girl with her dreads. Well, do your research, folks, because it ain't just about, you race or you color with your hairstyle. There's actually meaning to this hairstyle. So
it's got care then. Why would you care? Why would you care?
I know.
Anyone thinks.
Like, literally, I went and got horse feed and Chinese food and everything rocking this. You think I care?
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the problem. You care what other people are going to think. See, I grew up at a time.
I do what I like.
Yeah, I grew up at a time when there was a time in my life I had hair down below my waistline. There's 3 pictures in existence of that. 3.
Well, we expect to see one of them.
I'm not saying it was a good look. I'm just saying there wasn't the internet, so it's not out there. This is like a actual photo, and it was when I was in college. I started growing my hair out, so I would say it was the year after, maybe 2 years after. Yeah. And I look back, and that's not a good look for me. I promise you that. I look like a fucking, I don't even know. It wasn't a good look. But, I expressed myself at that time. But there's only like a few pictures in existence that can prove it.
Well,
And in that time, though, I was a musician, so I was playing music. The 80s and the rock stuff. So you can imagine that's what I looked like. But there's just not an internet record of it. So thank God.
well, you were
And
talking
that's
about
the other
the
thing.
long hair.
What's that?
And I said you were talking about, the long hair and how it's spiritual pretty much is, and it made them more sensitive and feel things around them, using it as a tool. That's pretty much kind of the same thing with this. Like this hairstyle, if anybody really knows, I mean, it's not just a hairstyle. Like it is legitimately like it's a spiritual hairstyle.
Culture.
It's not.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, it's like it's supposed to be more getting back to nature and not being so vain over your looks, not spending so much time on that's what I
but
was
you
looking
know,
up, y'all. The Egyptians had it, Aboriginals, Buddhists. It's a
Viking.
hairstyle that goes back like Vikings.
listen,
Yeah.
I can tell you this from experience if you want to hear it.
You better hurry.
Just because I spent a big portion of my life in the entertainment industry.
Adult entertainment industry.
Well, that too, but you don't, a person, all you have to be is strong with yourself. You don't have to fucking answer the question, why are you doing this? Why? A strong person just does it. And what I did in my little entertainment that I did musically was I was always at the tip. So whatever I was doing at the time was not looked at for the public as like normal, but they were looking at me, but people would start emulating that. Like, oh, that must be the new thing. It just takes a person strong enough to like, yeah, I'm not, there's a time in my life I had gauges in my ear, elephant tusks. Just when it started out, people were trying to hammer me. They're like, you got elephant tusks? That's illegal in all of this. And I was like, well, this was a Peruvian shaman that gave me these. This elephant died 200 years ago. You know what I mean? That's the significance of it. So I had gauges in my ears, and I had a lot of tattoos and stuff that I have. All have spiritual significance. But you just have to be grounded enough to stand your ground and not be like, F you. I'm doing me. Yeah, you have to deal with me. I'm not conforming with whatever you think I should be. I am an individual. I am unique in this universe, and I will do me. And that will shut down every discussion that you ever had. And I've had to have that discussion with employers. I've had to, because there's, this thing, and this has happened to me a couple of times in my life, like I work in the professional field. I'm not like, I don't look any different than anyone else, but they will jump into that realm, and I'll have an employer be like, God, I saw your video. Like, what are you talking? Where are you going with this? Who are you? And I will straight tell them, in employment world, the work world, this is a mask. The true me is that. Get over it. I wear a mask to go to work. I wear a uniform, whatever is accepted is a mask. That's not me. It still blows my current boss away. He's like, God, if you just spent as much time as you know about mushrooms and all that about the business, you'd be running my business. And I tell him, I don't give a fuck about your business. All that other stuff is what I'm passionate about. Mushrooms and stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's the real me. This is a mask. I have to I have to dress accordingly to go work in your world, but that's not me. It's never been me. I am who I am, and if you're seeking me out on social media, that's you. That's not me. I'm not putting it out there in the work world. But I have an effect on you that you are doing that. So like, hey, what is this guy all about? Like, but that's the real me. The work thing and all that's a mask. So tying it all back in, dreadlocks or whatever, that's the real you. You present something to the world so you can exist, but the real you is your core. And your core, you don't explain yourself. You are who you are because you are who you are. If that makes sense.
And that's the thing. Since I've always growing up been so worried about what other people thought. Not anymore. Once you get older, you start realizing life's too short to make other people happy. Do what you want. Be who you want to be. Fuck everybody else. Be happy. And when I started really doing that and like just doing whatever I want to do, like not, just stuff that makes me happy, y'all, stuff has changed so much. Like my mentality on things, my mental state for one has been so much better. I mean, I don't care. I just do whatever. So
life
There's
changes.
a tip for y'all.
Yeah, life changes. I grew up in a very, 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 very prominent farming family. Farmers, conservative. I get that. I'm conservative at heart. Farmers, a farming community, that was the base of our family. All right. They did not agree with a 20-year-old with fucking hair down to his ass. You know what I mean? That's just like, but, I was strong enough to do it. I'll tell you this too. For several years in that same community, I was right around 9/11, to be exact. The girl I was going to marry was a Pakistani Muslim. Imagine taking her to your family, your hardcore Republican family of farmers, and just standing up for like being you. I will tell you this: every one of them that went through that and met her, loved her. It was years. My mom had her picture on her after we broke up. Her picture on her refrigerator. She wouldn't take it down. I'm like, Mom, what happens if I take someone new to your house? And she's like, well, she set the standard of what, like, because that farming Republican community, she had the values that they embraced. And it was they had to get over their own bullshit and be like, God, like, there's no more girls in America that are like that. This is a good, God-fearing girl that didn't even go outside after 20, up to 28 years old. She, a good person, is all I'm saying. They recognized it. They fell in love with her. So they went from all these conversations like F and towel heads to like, well, I can't say that anymore because I have an example of a real person that I can't say that. Changed my dad's life. It's changed my family's life. And the reason it didn't work out of that stern Republican farming background was her family, not ours. Our family made the change. They're like, we love her. We love her. Her family was like, I can't. He's American. So the prejudice lied on that end, not my family. Is that's centuries of whatever racist shit that has built up within my family. She broke that just by being her. You know what I mean? And me just being like, love is love. I don't know what to tell you. But I'll disown every one of you. You know, if that's what it takes. This is the direction I'm going. And once they saw that, then. But years later, this is what I mean, time changes. At that time in my life, that was a big thing. Now, oh my God, the controversies in my family, the bullshit, the people that's been arrested, it's like, you didn't have your shit together either. You portrayed like you had the perfect family, but you were balancing on a pinpoint, and it all came to fall. So once you get there, you're like, hey, we're all just a bunch of effed up individuals trying to get by in life. Can we understand that? And now, all these years later, it's like we all got skeletons in the closet. We just appreciate each other because we're still here to breathe. You know what I mean? It's awesome. That is reality in motion as we speak. That is like people learning, like, yeah, I don't believe. Before my father passed away, he was racist as hell. He was. He would admit it. Before he died, that dude would have took a bullet for that girl. He loved her with all of his heart. He just did, because even though she was a Muslim, this whole other culture, she was more closer to his core belief than anyone I've ever brought to the family. And he was a big enough person to recognize it. So what if she's brown? Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? She has the core beliefs, more core beliefs than what most people, my family, she was closer to that than what most of the world was. So once they got to know her, they're like, oh, you should date that girl. They were 100%. That changed their course. It helped my dad from becoming a bigot before he died to becoming very open-minded. So, and we had deep conversations, like, even with her. Do you think if you're born in Pakistan, you're going to be a Christian or a Baptist? Seriously, think about it. Does region matter? Absolutely, it does. If you're in China, you're probably going to be a Buddhist or If you're in India, you're going to be a Hare Krishna. If you're born in Pakistan, it's a regional religion. It's like 90% Muslim. You know what I mean? So once you get your head around that, and that's what we had debates on. I'm like, okay, so I'd ask her, what if you were born in Wisconsin? Would you be a Muslim? Because at this point, it was more the prejudice was on their side. My family accepted it. Their family did not. So I was trying to knock down those barriers. At the end of the day, I couldn't, but I posed those questions. What if you grew up in Ohio? What if you grew up in Florida? What if you grew up in the Bible Belt? Do you think you'd be a Muslim? Hell no, you wouldn't. Hell no, you wouldn't have been. You've been whatever your family taught you. It's a regional thing. Let's get beyond it. So I saw it. She saw it. My family eventually saw it, but her family did not. So there's a journey that had to go that way because of family. Does that make sense?
Suck.
Yeah. People freaking suck. And trust me, her father and her family were multi-millionaires. People have this thing that, and that was the thing. It was not so much religion. It was not so much religion. It was the thing that at that time in my life, her father, they got hospitals named after her. It was a family of power in the United States. I will not say their name, but you would recognize it. So he's like, who's this American guy? He don't have no status, no whatever. That's slavery right there. Like, no, of course I'm me, but I'm still a good guy. Still a good guy.
Misty, do you know how cool it would have been to see Kain dressed up in that Pakistani robes and garb and all that stuff? He'd have been rocking one of them robes.
He couldn't have seen it because he's blind.
Yes. Yes.
During that time of my life, I read the Quran. That was what they did. So when you meet someone like that, you have to just accept what they do. Okay, that people they pray 3 times a day. They put that's what she did. 3 times a day. Like there's no getting around that. That's what they're doing. Ramadan, that's a thing. Like you're not interfering with that. They have to point their rug or whatever they're praying on east. So that was a big cultural experience for me. And again, this is during 9/11. Like my dad's like, towel heads, we would need to murder them all. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. That's the thing. That's the propaganda because there is like 1 billion Muslims out there. All right, less than 1% will ever cause you harm. So 99.999999999% are just like you and would never hurt you ever because it is against their core. So that's where radicals come out. Radicals get the spotlight. That's not the whole nation. I mean, I had to read the Quran, and I'm like, I didn't agree with it all, but there's nothing about the Quran that is radical. Nothing. There's not one word in the Quran. Someone who's radicalized has to put that in it. And that was a step in my direction. Like, okay, so the Quran's not evil. It's very, very religious. Let's dive into Hare Krishnas. Let's dive into Buddha. Let's dive into all the other. Inherently, there's nothing there that is evil. People make it evil.
Oh yeah, yeah. People's the problem most of the time.
Yeah,
And
it's
it's that
people.
one. It's the one person out of 1,000 that gives the other 999 the black eye. Just like I get. Well, me and you both, and most of the people in here, because we're white masculine men, we're automatically evil nowadays, according to society standards. We're all racist and hypocrites and bigots and all that, and it's like, no, nope. I get. Are you getting attacked, me?
I'm a redneck conservative background, from a farming community, big family in this region of farmers.
Yeah.
There's not one of them right now from when I grew up, what I remember, to where they are now, completely open, change people. Because people are allowed to evolve. On my side of the family right now, I'm the oldest. I'm from the Kain. You're looking at it. I am the oldest Kain. All the my dad died. All his family's dead. So
wow.
I'm the oldest one. I am the steward of the family at this point. And that family that they left me is pretty effed up. Because we got people that are getting arrested. We got people that are lesbians. We got the whole 9 yards of this prestigious Kain family.
Greg's a
What do
lady.
I'm like, I love you all. I love you all.
Hey.
The one that's been arrested 17 times, he's great. I love him. He can spend the night at my house. The lesbian portion of the Kains that and with that route, I love them too. I'll die for them. I'll take a bullet for them.
Yeah.
I don't
Did you hear it,
understand it
Pat?
all.
What
I
are
don't
you
understand it all, but that's my blood. I will fight for you regardless.
Yeah.
You heard
What
it.
As the head of the family, that's what I convey.
Yeah.
Like, no, your name means something, and I will die for it. I don't give two shits. Even if you're wrong, I will still fight for you.
There
You know what I mean? I will fight for you because you're my bloodline and you mean something to me.
Yeah.
That's it. So, and that's, right or wrong, that's what I do. And I'm like, no, you know what?
Kain,
Yeah.
hang on. Did you guys hear that?
No.
I know you didn't.
I'm ranting. I've been ranting for 4 hours and 30
What'd you hear? What'd you hear, Misty?
24 seconds.
There's something howling like crazy out here.
There can't be anybody
I
still
wondered if
listening,
I
right?
heard it.
Oh yeah, there's still 56 people.
Holy shit. Let's talk to them. If they're still hanging in, I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm ranting, but
Hey,
what do you want to talk about, people?
Same kind of question.
If
That's
we want to go into if we're going into the 5 hour mark, let's listen to our people. What do you want to talk about?
Y'all are killing me.
I'm sorry. You're going to be up till 7 anyway, Misty. So
No doubt. She acts like she's going to run in there and dive in the bed. We both know that's a lie.
I know, right? I'm just
keep
getting
sitting there
started.
for so long. I have to get up and move around.
I'm trying to
Let's do it.
refrain myself.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
talk.
Hey, if people want to hang in here, we'll do it.
Hey, if they're here, then they're here where we're at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We ain't got nothing else going on, so.
All right, Kain, here's something that probably about everybody that's interested in boogers is going to want to know. What's your most, or what is the scariest or most frightening experience you've ever had with Bigfoot?
Oh. I will have to tell you this, that this has evolved over like 15 years. So just start with that. A lot of times, now that I can look back on it, yeah, I've been terrified. I have been shocked, terrified, ready to piss myself. But I've tried to get my head around it. Like, are we just interpreting bad connotations with our experience? Like, because obviously I'm still here. All right. And no matter what anyone can say, I'm sure you've experienced this too, Greg, is I live here. Like, I have been within 15 feet of these things multiple times, like more than I can register.
Yep.
I always come out alive, but I have been shaken to my core at the same time. Like, I have been terrified. I have been everything you could think of. The biggest pussy you would ever imagine. Right here.
You're wild.
As a researcher that bought a property to do this, I have been the biggest pussy. That's what I tell myself. But I have forced myself to go back out into the presence of these things. And that's where it's like standing in the presence of these things is something that we're not used to. It's something you feel.
Yeah.
You feel like right now, whatever is 15 feet away from me can kill me at will. And you feel that. So I try, the modern thinking is like it's a negative, but I look back on it and I'm like, I've never been killed. I've just been put in my place. I've just been put in my place, like where you are in the food chain. You might have computers and cell phones and Wi-Fi. But here in my environment, I'm the king of the hill, and you better recognize it. And you will. They have an uncanny way of telling you, like, I will kill you in a second if you make the wrong move.
Yeah.
So that's, but I'm always, and I've tried to force my way through it, like many times, really scary moments just to stand your ground. As a human, with this force that you don't understand, but just be who you are and just stand your ground.
Yeah. Well, River Morris has got a question for you. Says, Kain, have you ever spoken with them?
Complicated. River, I believe that the Sasquatch will communicate you with wood talk more than speech. So if you are not educated in wood talk, you might miss the communication. Just like we have our spoken language, all right, English, we speak to each other. We also write. We can write each other a letter. I firmly believe that the Sasquatch people can speak to you, but they also communicate what me and a lot of people call wood talk. Okay, what they do in the woods, the way they structure their sticks, they're communicating to you. Why would the Indian Nation call them Siko? Siko means exactly that. Stick Indians. Why would they call them stick Indians? Would it not be that they recognized at that period of time when they go into a certain area, there be like these weird stick formations, so they call them stick Indians. Siko. Stick Indians. That's what they were trying to convey. Like they communicate through wood talk, what they had available. And I hope that resonates with people, because it resonates with me. Now, the language aspect of your question, someone I really deeply listened to. One of the things he told me, I was like, well, why haven't you got further with your research? He says, do they even know your name? What's your wood name? And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, how would you introduce yourself? How will you communicate with someone if they don't know your name? Just put your name, whatever that is, out there. If you do it long enough and you're listening, at some point you will hear your wood name. That's what he called it. Your wood name respond back to you. So whatever it is, mine, I'll tell you right now, IKL. That's what I do. That's my wood name. I created it, but I put it out there. So I'm listening for IKL. He's like, at some point, you'll hear that back. Now they're responding to you through language. Right now, where I'm at in my research, they're responding to me in structures and formations, like something out there is trying to teach me how they view the world. I have not gotten IKL back to me, but I do hold high hopes that the information I was given, that eventually I will. If that makes sense. So right now it's wood talk. I'm waiting for the language. Something out there, though. Something out there. I mean, I live in a cabin. I sit on my property is on 750 acres of woods, and beyond that, it's thousands and thousands of woods. Just different people own it. And if you go beyond that, you'll get to an array of almost 1 million acres of state or national parks. So something a few years ago decided to leave me messages that I will see. These messages were made with sticks. Eventually, I'm like Cro-Magnon brain. A year later, the first message, I got it. And it's because I got lost in the woods and I came back at the right time and just seen it from a different perspective, and it just rang a bell. So once I got that, I emulated that, and that was the start of my journey. Something out there, I will not even say it's Sasquatch, but something out there left me that as a tool. Like, I feel like that's what they do. They leave you something, and it's up to you to develop that idea and move forward. If you don't, whatever. But if you do, there will be something at the end of it to make it worth your while. Does that make sense? It's deep. I'm sorry. It's deep.
I'm telling you.
Way deeper than what a lot of people are thinking. But
This
that
rabbit
is the truth. That's the truth.
Well, guys, we're gonna have to shut her down. I have enjoyed it tonight. I'm so proud everybody hung in here with us. But yeah, I need all the beauty sleep I can get before tomorrow.
Me
I mean,
too.
we still got hanging in, Misty.
51, and it's
Oh,
15 till 3. So
Golly.
y'all have been troopers. We
Yep.
appreciate it so
what the
much.
hell are you doing? Are you guys like watching TV and listening to this on the side? What are you doing? I'll be right back.
All right. Come back.
Well,
Oh,
folks,
man.
so proud y'all hung in here with us. Y'all come back, hang out with us tomorrow. Same time. Well, normal time tomorrow. And I guess we'll be seeing y'all in
As
chat.
far as I know, I'm here
We'll do
until
something.
the curtain closes.
No doubt.
Just listening,
Man.
napping while listening.
I think it means like napping Flint, maybe.
Since I'm quitting now. Yeah. Just started cooking hot dogs. Billy, you said you was leaving 2 hours ago.
We just started cooking. Hey, dude. Billy, that's the reason I'm sitting here. We got to go. I'm fixing to have to go cook me something. Let's starve. Everybody's hanging out with us. I mean, look. Yeah.
Y'all, it has. It's been fun. And you get on here and you don't want to get off here, especially when you get to talking about stuff. And it's like,
yeah.
Came down.
He's got his 4th win now.
This is like, I had to pee. I'm sorry. This is like campfire talk. This is what you would be doing around a campfire.
That's why the LBL is going to be so awesome.
Yeah. Normally, when someone invites me to an interview, I will have a format that I will follow. This is none of that. This is just like, let's just hang out around a campfire and talk about whatever we want to talk about.
Yep.
And that's all it is.
You know what, Kain?
I like these more than anything else.
Hey, most of these people that do shows would be terrified to even try to do what we're doing right here. They want it to know what they're going to talk about and have it laid out. Let's focus on one thing. Shit. We just turn loose the wheel and say, Jesus, take it. We just going wherever we're going.
Well, that's because most of the people that they're interviewing do not have direct knowledge. You know, they have to stick to a format. But I feel like the people that are really in it, they can just roll. Like you roll all night of your own experiences. There's too many people that have written a book, or people think they're okay. You've written 3 books, 5 books, whatever it is. You're an expert. You are not an expert. I am sorry.
Wing it on here, y'all.
Yeah.
Who knows where we're
I
going?
have to be careful because I want to call them out, you know. But I know when I call them out, I will end my chance of ever being able to get the message out. But then I look on the other side, I'm like, well, why do you care? You've had 1 million views. You've had 1 million views on your site with what you've done. Don't worry about that. Fuck them. Fuck them. You know, that's what I get. Like, you're doing way more than they will ever do just by speaking truth.
Yeah.
So that's what I do. Like, whatever. That's what I'm going to do for, you know, the next 10 years is do me in my own reality. If it doesn't line up with the conference speakers, it doesn't matter because the conference speakers are at conferences and not out in the woods. That's pretty simple.
Yeah.
All right, y'all.
All right.
Love yous. Thank you guys.
Love
for
y'all.
hanging in.
Thanks for hanging out.
Big love, everybody.
See y'all.
Thank you very much, everybody. And
Go to
thank you,
bed.
Kain.
Go to bed.
Bye, y'all.
Free socks.
Squirrel.
Hey, y'all. Hey, Spencer. We're swapped around.
Huh?
We're swapped around again. Hold on.
Yep. I know you do it on purpose.